What up, what up, what up? It's your boy Woody, and guys, we got a couple things going on here. Feel free to, if you guys want to come and join the podcast and talk, feel free to enter in anytime you want. Got some topics we want to go into. For instance, global conquest, semis. Guys, I was knocked out. But it was fun. I went up against Cash, and let me tell you, Cash from 779 is no joke. No joke at all. And then we're going to get into that Tifa. Guys, you know what? I'm going to just right off the bat jump into the Tifa, because the Tifa skin, because I know it's not cheap, okay? And hear me out, guys. Hear me out. So for us bigger players, that skin, it does make a huge difference. Huge difference for us, because 5.5% is a lot. But guys, listen, it's not that 5.5% of all troop attack is what matters. That's not what matters when it comes to these skins. It's the skills that's coming with it that's being amplified. Okay, so with that being said, imagine this, guys. Let's hear me out. Hear me out real quick. We'll jump into the Tifa with her skin, right? With this amplification, right? It might not look that much right now, but I'm gonna tell you now, just from that gold bomb using in Global Conquest, it did a lot. I'm not gonna lie, it did a lot. And so imagine Tifa having her skin, right? Now, guys, every single one of these officers are gonna have a skin too. And they're going to amplify, I'm assuming it's going to amplify all that stuff. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't go and do what I did and spend $700 to get a single skin to tier 3. $65 gets you to level 1. You know, gradually get it if you want. But for us bigger players, this is like the only thing that's going to make a difference. Who's going to win and who's going to lose. And let's be real. When it comes down to like the monster players, we are looking for any way to raise our stuff fast. And honestly, 5.5% for $700 for the monsters to get that is cheap. I know that sounds weird, because everyone's like, oh my god, are you kidding me, $700 for that? But trust me, when it gets up there, 500 or 5.5% can cost thousands. All right. And that, like, I'm just being real, guys, but I'm telling you now, it's these skills that's going to be coming out with throughout all the officers is what's the amplified difference of what's going to be worth getting in the long run. Okay, remember, we got what is it, like, I think 14 different officers, or maybe even more, but they're all eventually going to get them, you know. So, I mean, they all got the shirt, guys. So, it's coming. So, definitely be prepared for it. Because I know I am. It is what it is. What's up, Raz? I see you in the chat down there on the YouTube. My personal opinion, for the players that are just, free to play, it might not be for you. Because as you notice, as you get it, the whales are going to be getting it too. So definitely going to be something that I personally will be getting, and probably get them all at all times, which is not going to be cheap, but it is what it is. But now that that's over, global conquest, guys, I want to hear who won, who didn't win, who's going on, who's not going on, because we are not going on. And guys, there is a big surprise. 770 Vegas got knocked out. That nation got knocked out. The four C41s were knocked out of semis. Did anyone here expect that to happen? And don't feel shy to talk, guys.
Come on.
Okay. Anyways, they got knocked out, and the reason they got knocked out, I'll get into it real quick. I believe it's right at the bottom. No, did they take it out? Usually they leave it in for a day. Hold on. Oh no, okay, there it is. The reason they got knocked out is this, and I'll show you why. It's not right there. It's the rankings. So They were when we walked in there into this 770 was below us, right? Vegas did all they can. No, they were right above us. I take that back, and they had 26,000, and we had 25,000. But you have to remember, with 26,000, with and the max points you can get is 45,000. That still wouldn't be enough. Oh, Razzle, thanks for the donation, $4.99. Thanks, brother. Thank you so much. He says, "Great job, Woody." But guys, at that point, like 770, they were already, like I said, they were at 26,000 running into third round. So at that point, even 45,000, they would not take the win. They wouldn't take the win at all. We all know when it comes down to it, you want it to be fair. It is what it is. You try your best you can. Now, this is the shocker right here. You see it right here, guys. 726, which is a Lock Nation, had 83,000. And then the fourth place and third place were below them in points. Well, here's the thing. These all got first place in all 3 rounds. These guys did not get first place in one of the rounds. So if they would have got first place in one of the rounds, they would have bumped 771 out of there, and they would have been carried on, and so on and so forth. But unfortunately, it is what it is. I'm very happy that 744 was able to grab the first place right now. This is going to be, I'm hoping that 744 records it, because that's going to be really interesting to see the winner of that. But I want to hear you guys, how your guys' stuff went. Feel free to talk, guys. Hulkage, how did your guys' wait, you're in the same, how did your guys' GC, the final, the semis, last one, the third round, how did that turn out? Like, did you win first, third, second, or you guys were bumped out on preliminaries? Wow, everyone's not even talking. Wow, interesting.
All I know is I put money on 726, and you guys didn't win.
736? Yeah, we didn't win. Well,
Yeah.
so we're going into the semis. We were at 25,000, right? And if we even got if we got 45,000 max points, there was no way to win it. There was no way to win it. Hey, Jaywalker, can you mute your mic, please, Jaywalker? But there was no way to get above that. 45,000 plus 25,000. It's not enough. So at that point, it was like, okay, you know what? Everyone wants to see me versus Cash. So it kind of came down to that one, 779. So me and Cash just kind of battled it out, went back and forth. Great guy, huge. Well, you guys, I'm sure if you guys ever went against him, you already know he's a fucking monster. He is a monster. Oh wow, Mama, do you ever live in donated another $5? Thank you. Towards the Tifa new bikini. Yeah, what is up with that? What is up with the I have to say it. I'm sorry, because I know I've seen so many chats about it. What is up with and I apologize for the women in here, but like, did they just like really focus on the jiggles? like in the bikini, the bikini splits. Don't get me wrong, I'm not hating at all. But when it did that, I was like, whoa, what? Are you serious?
Yeah, Donald Trump is about to get elected, so they had to accommodate, I guess.
Oh, something. But that was just like, I seen that, I was like, wow, they actually did some work into it. But
that was a high def graphic.
It definitely is a high def graphic. It really is. Like, I'm wondering, and Cam, I know you're watching, and this is a very big concern. I understand we love this. Don't get me wrong. We love the way it looks. We love the moving actions, but what we really need is these servers to be faster and non-laggier. It was. I'm not gonna lie. The GC was like nearly frozen. There was times where I couldn't see any fleets going, only lines. And I'm on PC. I'm hardwired. I'm not on Wi-Fi. So it's like I had to literally restart the whole entire game. So I think that we do need to get the better servers.
I didn't have any of that problem, but I was not in the main fray in the middle of the screen. I think that's what does it. I was off in one of the little side bastions.
Mm-hmm.
So there was only like 6 or 7 cities, and we were just kind of fighting each other, and I didn't have any issues at all.
Well, I'm wondering if there's any computer people in here. What would it take? What would it take to upgrade the server speed? Would it take to delete the shadows of things, or these little floating things, like to kind of minuscule stuff to where it's faster, it's not laggy, or I'm sure you guys all know what I'm talking about, especially in the older nations where you got many, many, many people sending like 60, 70 people, and you're just like, I can't even see anything. It's not even showing anything. I can assume that it's that way.
I would think that they need to show less on the screen. Like if you could zoom in instead of seeing, the whole the whole quadrant that you're looking at, and there could be 60 cities in it. Zoom in more. The less graphics they have to send back and forth, the faster it'll run.
Well, I mean, look at all these shadows. Okay, you got a shadow and everything, which I get. It is high def, but every single thing of these shadows is taking space or speed or whatever it would call. If we can eliminate just the shadows alone, wouldn't that kind of speed everything up? I mean, even the shadows are moving too.
Yeah, if they lower their rendering, it'll probably help.
Yeah, and I don't think it would. I don't think anyone in the game will miss shadows at all. And
No.
I'm not talking shit at all about camera or anything like that. I'm just saying this shit needs to be fixed. It needs to be fixed because it was really tough. I'm like, God, I can't see anything. Which I posted a video earlier. It was very frustrating. It really was very frustrating. So, who all made it to the finals?
Where's your water bottle?
Definitely not here. Did you guys make the finals or no?
No.
No. What nations are you in that made finals?
Come on, open it.
What's that?
459.
459. Let's check out 459 real quick, and let's see.
Skull did good, all things considered.
Who's in your finals?
I'm opening the game right now. I don't even remember.
He's like, I'm not in anymore. I don't care.
Well, I've moved on to Triangle War now.
Yeah, Triangle War. You said 459.
They pitted our number 1 and number 2 alliances against each other in Triangle, so that's fun.
Well, I mean, it's definitely a show of strength.
Mm-hmm.
So you got you had 241s, 140, 339. So I mean, you guys are not a small nation, and you got Big Bird in there. You're not a small alliance. Who did you guys go up against? Holy cow!
I'm looking in here. Semifinals. Where is it? History. Wait, which? What the hell am I? I don't even know which city I'm in now. Good God.
It's one of them.
Wait, wrong nation. Wrong nation. I gotta go to the correct phone.
SX Gangster, welcome to the stream.
Right.
You got your call out, brother. Oh, and I do have some other good news for 736. Groot has from 737 came to 736. He got a little tired about the whole farming issues, so that's good news.
Let's see. We finished 13th.
13th.
Yeah.
And who's in your?
459 was 13th.
So who's going to?
528, 495, 603, 465, 564.
The
I'm
top
looking for
four? No,
524.
I'm talking about the top four.
Yeah.
The top four.
Oh, let's see. Finals, preliminaries.
If you look in the ranking, it'll show the top four, so those are going to be the finals.
Okay, finals. Top four semifinals are 550, 528, 495, and 603.
550. Isn't that just the tip, Nation?
I think so.
I think it
President's
is.
double tap.
I think so. I think he is. I could be wrong. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Got a new subscriber, Tech here. Thank you.
550 here. Yeah, tips 550.
Okay. Let's see what they have. Now, did they get first place?
Yes, we did. I posted the score on the chat, on the stream chat.
All right, let me look.
So I'm bouncing around. I'm sorry. 550, first place.
Whoa. Yeah. 118,000. You guys pulled away, too. Just straight pulled away. Now, did you guys end up going against 693 somewhere down this line? Or are they in the next bracket up?
I think
No.
they're in the next bracket. I'm looking at the preliminaries to see if they're in there.
I just straight up tried to click to pull it on this on a screenshot. I tried to click, thinking I can go backwards. Sorry.
Yeah. They're in a different.
Okay, so they're in a different bracket.
Yeah.
May God have mercy on their souls that are going up against them. Seriously.
Yeah, I just stayed away from the middle of the map. I mean, I let the biggest boys play.
And
and it was
you still came first place.
Well, we didn't get first.
Oh, I thought that. I'm sorry, I got voices mixed up. I apologize.
It's all right.
I think we probably should have too, but I had to put on a show with Cash. Holy cow, there's a lot of people in here. Welcome, guys. Welcome, holy cow. So, yeah, so 550 is going to go in there, and we're going to double check that again, just to, it's 550, 528. 528 is a lock nation, 603 is a lock nation. What about 495? 495, why does that sound familiar? That sounds so familiar.
495 as
President is
Aha
Ronan.
and Mental.
Name rings a
So
bell.
that was a merge between 495 and 477.
I've heard of Mental. I've heard of Mental.
Oh yeah.
I heard that he's a powerhouse.
Yeah. You could say that.
He's seriously that kind of powerhouse.
Yeah. It's been run away from when I see that city. It's run away. It's been that way for a couple of years. Run away.
Really? So he's a runaway one.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Double.
So he's literally the grab your ankles city runaway.
Mm-hmm.
Dang. Oh yeah. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I look at
Jesus Christ.
when I look at someone's city, the first thing I look at is their badges, only because I know that
My God.
Huh. The guy's huge, right? Let's see, 11-8. Oh, they got 2 and 11s. Oh man. Ooh.
Oh yeah. Aha is the other one.
Also, this guy, Aha's but Mental's stronger.
I don't know. I run away as soon as they pop up.
I run away. That's funny.
Yeah. It's been that way for years. They started kicking my ass in the uranium mines long ago, and I just didn't even bother.
Yeah, I'd have to say Mental is stronger. He's got better plane. He's got better officers. He's got better Titans. No, he doesn't got a better Titan, but he's right there. Like very little difference right there. Maybe like one level lower with only one of them. So yeah, he's definitely stronger than Aha. gotcha kind of stuff.
Very consistent, very powerful, very active, both of them.
All of them. So they came in numbers, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Yeah, it was skull lined up on one side of the main core, and we tried our best to support them by taking the smaller towers, but we didn't have the same participation. But it was fun. I mean, I had fun. I tried to contribute. I did good until a C-41 parked next to me. Then it was game over.
Well, let me ask you, because I'm on the other side. You know, when a C-41 parks next to you, what's the first thing that goes through your head?
Damn it!
Really?
Exactly. Yeah. Because it's just I can't do anything. You know. It's just so I hit all the troops and I just waited for them to get bored and leave. Or if they caught me, I'm like, okay, now I got to heal.
Jeez.
It just takes the fun out of it.
Well, I mean, it takes the fun out of it. I agree. But on the other hand, it's fun for the monster because they're literally trying to get that individual points. You know that that's how you get it. You know, and it looks like Cash still, even though me and him are both bumped out, he's still in the lead, and Vegas got bumped out too. That's what's kind of a shocker, is that 770 the whole entire 4 entire seasons that we've had with them, they've came in first place and they finally got bumped. That was an eye opener.
Is it a participation thing or?
So last GC preliminary rounds, I don't think he didn't show up on the first one, right? So he didn't show up on the first one. I don't think any of his cities did showed up on the first one, because I was in second place when coming into semis. I was in second place for individuals, and came after second round. They all jumped in front of me, all but this one. So I'm assuming that they had all 4 in on the second round and all 4 in on the third round. I'm not 100% sure because I'm not in their nation, but the numbers were moving in second and third round. So I'm assuming that happened. I just think that it might have been a participation. You know, I mean, they go up against older nations in Void, like that last Void they just had. They got crushed, you know, by a 600s nation. So it. Or was it 500s? I don't know, but it's hard to keep track. But I don't know.
It is.
It's really hard to take track. But I know 770 is up for merger soon, real soon, and I don't know who
are they going to merge with?
I don't know. I mean, that's up to the gods of Camel.
Yeah, but they're so strong. I mean,
but
I don't.
So let me tell you right now. Okay, so they got 4 really strong cities, right? And
yes,
underneath them they have a couple, like a 37, maybe 2 37s and a 36, and then below that a handful, maybe a little bit more than a handful of 35s, and then it drops down to 34 and below. Like, matter of fact, we'll visit them.
So is that a case where those 4 cities are basically carrying the nation this whole time?
See, I don't want to answer that because I don't got the exact answer, and I don't want to disrespect any any feelings, especially this now time and age that people can't take a joke.
Well, you know what I mean. Because if everyone does as best they can, but if you have some players that go hog wild, they essentially carry the nation and lift it up.
Oh, absolutely.
Everyone's doing their thing, and no, we're not dissing anyone. They're playing to their best of their ability. Not a problem. It's just a game. Enjoy it. Have fun. But in every nation, you have a couple, and they just go all in, and they push it to the next level. And when I say carry the nation, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So if those 4 are carrying the nation, then I can see that, okay, yeah, maybe they can merge. But if everybody's doing well and everybody's participating and they're generally very, very strong, I'm like, who are they going to merge with?
So at this time in the game, they got 7 36 and above, right? And we'll say they've been in a little over a year and a half, right? So at that time, 34 is about average for like maybe a mediocre spender that maybe buys 1 or 2 gifts, things of like uranium here and there. So 7 people carry this nation. Obviously, the first top 4. Obviously, the nation cares. But here's a problem. I've already told 770 this. They got 441s, man. That's and each one of them has huge BP. Every one of them has huge BP. Huge BP. The problem they're gonna have now is that they've got their nation's BP so high that whoever they merge with, it's either gonna go 2 ways. They're gonna merge with a straight farm nation, like hate to call a nation out like this, but like 747, and
Oh, God, hurry up and eat!
yeah, hurry up and eat. No, they're gonna either merge with a really like a farm nation, which basically it's basically gonna be them alone anyways, or they're gonna get a decent merger. But when they get the decent merger, they're gonna be dropping down into like the 400s and the 500s nations fighting them.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
And that's a big deal because when you only got 6 people that are or 7 people 36 and above, and everyone else is 34 and below, that becomes a big issue because at that point, and if 770 is listening, don't take offense to this, but at that point, from here down, can't fight. I mean, they can, but I mean, now you're kind of a liability. You know, you know what I mean, right? Like, because in the 400,
they're going to struggle.
They're going to struggle. They really are. The way that they play the game is not going to be the way that they've been playing now. Like, they might be hiding underneath a bubble more at times, more times than they are fighting because, well, they're up against a lot of 36s and a lot of, majority of the nation is 35 and above. At that point, it'll be really hard to, and of course, they'd have to be matched up with other nations that's got 441s, 40s, and 39s. That's the only problem that I can see that 770 might have, being that they do have the 441s.
That's why I was a big advocate for throttling the growth. If you've got some big spenders, they've got to slow down and let everyone kind of catch up. So you move as a bigger group of quality players or stronger cities. Because if you just have a handful, like you're saying, when it gets into mergers, that's going to screw everybody else. The 300 players that are so far behind in power, they're going to struggle, and most of them will quit. I don't know. It's a big waste of time because what was the point of the merge then? Because you just have a big mess to clean up, whoever you merge with, and then you've got many players that are just gonna, quit. And I don't see that's not in Camel's best interest because the 300 players buying $5 packs, that's money in their pocket too.
Yeah. Well, you got more people buying $5 packs than you do got whales buying $1,000 packs a day. You know what I mean?
Right.
But
so I'm just curious how they would resolve that. I mean, who are they gonna merge with? Because you got,
I don't know. It might be another case of the 524 issue thing that happened a couple years ago with Great One. Maybe they I don't know. Maybe they get an option. Maybe they don't. Either way, if they get a good merger, they're gonna drop down and be fighting. I already know they'll drop down. Look what happened at 373 when I was there. You had Ram. What did Ram do? He went up to 400 or nearly 400 million BP, right? And what did we get for a merger? And the people that are watching that are from there, we got a shitty merger with 2 shitty farm nations, other than a few good players. And they struggled for 2 years trying to clean it up. That's the problem. Like, if Vegas does get a shitty merger, if he does, not saying he will, but if he does, they might end up spending a lot of time trying to clean their nation up, which is annoying because those farmers that don't know how to bubble or can't afford a bubble, even though they can send a fleet once a day for gold and have enough for a 2-day bubble by the time void time starts. Man, it's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, they're up for merger. I don't think, or if they don't, I don't know. Maybe Camo will just hold back to get them a merger because of that, because they don't know where to put them. You know what I mean? Where do you put this up? Where would you put this up against? Who would you merge them with? Another strong nation, or would you merge them with a weak nation and keep them where they're at?
Right.
Either way,
It's almost like they would have to get 2 mergers
yeah.
quicker back to back. Because the first one's going to clean up the garbage, and then the second they're going to have, that's the adjustment one.
Mm-hmm. Either way, it's gonna piss Vegas off. Whether which way they go, it's gonna piss him off.
Could they do something like they did with 799 with the Beast and Ducky and all them?
What, make a super nation? Well, you got
Yeah,
Beast,
move them back with 799 as a competitor.
Well, I don't even think 799 is a competitor to them. Well, no, you know what? There is a possibility of that. But, I mean, how did 799's merger go? Who are they up against now?
They've been hitting the 600s from what I heard.
See, yeah, they bumped down. So, yeah, I mean, that's possible. They might get something like that, been bumped down to, like, against, like, nations like 524 against players like Great One. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not fun.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. And, the thing is, Great One's really extremely strong, and he's got literally almost 50 million troops. You ain't gonna touch him, even with these 4. Even if his whole entire nation attacked at once after the merger, you ain't gonna be able to touch Great One. But Great One can definitely tickle you. He can definitely.
That's the word.
Yeah, because Great One is that kind of person that will keep sending until that BP is down there. He will keep sending. He does not care because he will bring those. Well, I'm sure Vegas is the same kind of player. He'll lose his BP and bring it back up as well. At that point, I don't think they care. Do you guys think Great One could take all 4 of them on at once?
Them attacking them or them attacking them?
No.
Great One attacking, like for say, fleet for fleet. If let's say one fleet versus all 4.
No.
No.
No. All right.
Didn't we have this discussion before that maybe Camo should look for an event for the super whales to so they can battle out amongst each other from all the globes?
We did have that discussion. We did. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, and then if everyone else can just participate and cheer like we do for Global Conquest, we can vote on, depending on who's in the the event, vote and then do our betting on the side. I think that would be awesome.
Betting on the side, I think that'd be awesome too. But how would merits go? Because they give merits. Like they could be like a bet. Like I think that'd be an awesome idea. I think it really would.
And it would give them. It's a challenge for them, and it's something instead of pissing with us, common folk, they could duke it out amongst their kind from other nations, and then you'd have to organize them into teams, I guess.
Yeah, you'd have. It'd be like the All-Star team.
Yeah. Maybe they'd have some kind of playoffs, and then they'd be on because it wouldn't be. You couldn't have a free for all. That would just be nuts. I would love to see that.
I think if Vegas got a decent merger, I think that they'd be going up with someone like Barry's Nation on their first one. If they got a good merger, I think you'd probably be like a nation at your magnitude would probably be someone they would test out to see where they stand. What do you think, Barry?
Who?
Against 770 Vegas.
It doesn't. They could give them whoever that they wouldn't match with us at all. Our BP's too low.
Too high or too low?
Too low for a second merge nation. Our BP's extremely low.
So
we dropped our nation's BP for a second merge is 12 Yeah, 12 billion.
Okay.
And like the people usually like around our area for our globe for their second merger are like on the high 18s.
Yeah, but you guys are able to compete against those other
Yeah,
nations.
because we're lean. We're a lean nation. We kill anything that violates rules, and we just stuck to certain requirements. So we're just extremely, and we kill everything. So I mean, we're just extremely lean, and we're a void nation.
You're very disciplined.
So
Very, very
yes,
disciplined.
correct. So it's hard to like. I mean, they're pairing us with nations that we're just walking right through. It's not even a challenge anymore. Like we have frenzy against 428. We're literally just gonna be chilling.
You're gonna just you're gonna send. Is that are they asking a question or is that background?
That's background.
Okay. My bad. So Barry, you could probably just send TV Shay to go to fight them all alone, huh?
Don't even need to send them. We could probably just hang out and chill, just casually play towers and just not spend anything because we have GC finals coming up.
Oh, so you guys did make GC finals.
Yes.
Who are you up against?
320, 354, and 333.
Oh, those are all those are all the freshly second merged nations, aren't they?
Correct.
Alright, slow, fool.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. It's honestly a lot of nations. All of the nations pretty much respect each other. I really don't know 333 that much, but I mean I know 354 and I know 320. Both nations I'm cool with, so it's gonna be a respectful, fun battle.
That's a lie. We're teaming up against Barry.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So
team up against.
I don't think you guys. I think you guys are at the point in the game where you guys don't need to have team up anymore. You guys are literally all your nations are big enough to contest against each other.
But that's what I'm hoping is gonna happen. I mean, sometimes things change up on people, but I will say here and now that I'm not teaming up with any nations. I'm just gonna go out there and enjoy myself. I'm just happy to be there.
Hey man, and you like we said before, you made it. You made it. You made it, dude.
Exactly.
You made it.
Shit.
No, what I'm saying is made it to the finals. Last time, Barry, was the last time you were in the finals is when you were up against Ram and he just fucking did his thing.
It wasn't the finals. That was prelims.
Man, your shit.
What do you,
That was
can you
prelim.
for man prime?
The last time I went, I got close to the finals was where 373 got their merger like right after preliminaries. Like so, right before semifinals, they had their freshly new merger and ruined the whole GC.
Yeah, they did. I was there. They ruined it.
What's up, Woody? What's up, everybody?
Who was that? I didn't see who
What's
it was.
up, man?
Hey, what's up,
Hellfish?
What's up, Hellfish?
Hey, man, have you seen the Sparta in 878?
I did. Hey, Barry, you know how you had that clone alliance that cloned your alliance? Someone did they did the same thing to us. What nation was that? I'm wondering if it's the same exact nation.
It was like 9-10 or some shit like that.
Oh, we have it.
They're running around with the Day Alliance. Death await you. Everything.
Theirs is in the same spot as ours on the map and everything.
What was that? 838 or something like that?
878.
878. This is. I mean, I don't know if I should say it's flattering or bogus.
Yeah.
You know, like
it's corny. It's super corny. I hate people that do stuff like that. It's like, fellas, be original. Make your own fucking name.
You said 878, yeah. Like they straight up took
and
it.
it's in the same spot as ours, and I built a city there. I'm not big enough to request to join yet, but I was gonna try.
Same exact picture as ours.
Yeah.
It's crazy. How can they get all those people? I mean, how do you? Just the logistics of getting 100 people to clone 100 others.
Well, I don't think that these guys have cloned a different our names yet, but let's check. And they're probably watching, and be like, guys, we need to change our name. No, but yeah, we don't have a Fox face there or whoever these are. They're just the name, the alliance
gotcha.
name, and the flag and whatnot. But when I first seen that, because we got them, and they're in the same bracket as us, not bracket, but same triangle war, but in a different bracket. I seen it when I was going through. I was like, well, look at that. Who is this? I kind of felt the same way you felt when you Barry, when you seen yours.
It's flattering in a way, but it cracks me up, you know.
It's funny up until a point. Like, it's almost like you like the respect that's coming from it, but like if you actually I actually went over to the nation that stole our name and the flag and everything.
Okay.
And I went over there and chatted with them, and they were like saying, "We've never heard of you. We've never like so and so. Like we definitely didn't steal your name. All this other stuff." But mind you, the leader of their alliance,
first.
like the leader of the alliance, is literally in my Discord and has been in there for over a year.
I remember that.
Sure.
I called them out too.
They're watching, like they have to be watching this or Woody's videos. I mean,
or Barry's too.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's not hard to say that you haven't heard of Death Awaits You, like Day, is crazy to me, because first of all, like when you go into Elite Wars ranking, you're gonna see us. One, two, you're in our Discord that's literally named Death Awaits You. Like, I mean, yeah. Say you haven't heard of us, but I mean, you definitely have. But just own up to it. Say you have no originality. That's it.
Like if I was going to like have the same photo or something, I would at least go up to you or the original persons of it and be like, hey, we like your guys' shit. You don't mind if we clone it? And if they say no, that's fine. Don't do it. But
I wouldn't care personally. I mean, as long as they're a fighting nation that like busts ass and void, I don't give a fuck what you do. Honestly, truthfully, I don't care what you do in general. I would advise you not to if you're a farm, like if you're a farm.
And to deny it, that's what that's where it's like, come on, man. But
yeah. I know it is like it's kind of petty. I get that, but like look at like some of the locked nations, not even locked nations, but the older nations. They got some of them, and throughout the whole entire game, you got the same names or whatnot. Usually the original sets a standard. You know what I mean? They set a standard, and if you copy it and you're literally a farm alliance. It kind of, like what you were saying, Baron, it kind of makes you look like, wow, or is the original like this? Are they farmers? I don't know.
I don't know. To me, it's just kind of, it puts like a weird, like, to me, it's just the denying factor. It's like, you've never heard of us? Come on, dog. Like, you couldn't have came up with the exact photo that I created. I literally made the photo. Like, you couldn't have come up with the photo and the exact name, everything. Like, I can give you the exact photo. I mean, I'm a content creator. I literally keep all my created things in a folder. Like, I have the original JPEG or whatever you want to call it. Like, bro, it's just crazy to me.
Oh yeah, dude, it is crazy.
Had he denied it to like anybody else other than me, maybe yeah, sure. It probably wouldn't have been that big of an argument. But like, you're denying it to the exact creator, the R5 of the alliance that you're copying. Like, it's crazy.
Now, let's say if he wasn't in your alliance, had no affiliations with you, your alliance, or even to really know about you, 385 day. At that point, it's like, okay, well, it's different. But the photo, you made the photo. It wasn't something that you downloaded and put it up there. You made that photo.
Exactly. Like you can't.
I remember when you made that photo too.
I've made many of them. Like
Yeah.
I've had like photo contests of like people trying to help make photos, come up with ideas. When I first, because like my alliance has been Day for almost, I want to say 3 years now. Like we changed, like that was from original 385. Before even our first merger and our second merger, we were always Day.
Yeah. You guys were always Day from day one. I remember it.
Yeah, we've swapped around. I have like over 100 photos. I was even joking with the guys. Like, I mean, if you want to use some of our old photos too while you're at it, I got them in a folder for you.
Yeah,
I have a ton of them.
If you want to share it in the chat. I mean, I don't go into personal messages during the live because what I see, everyone that's watching my YouTube channel sees. So if I go into like a personal message, private message, everyone's gonna be reading it.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't went over to 910 in a while. I mean, I just had that one little chat with them, and I called it a day.
Right.
But I wasn't gonna sit there and argue with them for hours. But like, I made little like, I think I made like a little I basically made like a little meme for them.
And this is how things start. This is how things start. Love it. I love it. Made a little personal meme for them. Did you like name them Day 2.1 or Day 3.0?
They're not even a 2.0 or 3.0, bro. They're just fake Day.
Day
Fake Day.
983.0.
Not even. They don't even get the actual day. It's just fake Day, like Walmart version of Day.
Walmart, so they bypassed.
Not even. Wish.com.
Wish.com. What about like Aldi's, or are they even worse than Aldi's and going down to like Dollar Tree Day?
Nah, Wish.com definitely takes the cake. Sure.
That's funny. That is funny.
I mean, it's simple. I would have gave them their props if they just like admitted it. Like, yeah, no, we did kind of just yak your shit. I was like, oh, yeah, it's no big deal. You guys a Void Nation? Give me a city. I'll come over there and teach you guys a few things. That's literally what really would have happened if they were just cool about it.
Well, the day that you found out about it, I remember that because I called him out and said, "How are you going to do that stuff?" He left your group the second we called him out.
Yeah, he bounced real quick. Cause it's the same dude that was on their nation chat when I was over there just chit chatting with him. He was calling me the Wish.com version of Woody, and I started dying laughing. I was like, "Yo, you don't know how funny that is, bro." Because me and Woody are nothing alike in terms of our videos.
Yeah, nothing alike at all. Wow.
Exactly. Like, it's like, all right, bro. It was a good joke, bro. Way to just take my joke and think that you made a better one.
Well,
funny.
Maybe one day after they get their second and third merge or fourth or fifth merge, you guys will meet and you can see which day. Or you know what? If they get good enough to where they might see you.
They won't even last with that name, bro. They won't even last with that name. I promise you. By their first merger, they'll probably get fucking beat out by some other names, and then their name will get changed. That will end up becoming a farm alliance.
Dang, dude! I gotta check them out again. And it's funny because we are kind of talking bad about, or talking shit about them, but on the other hand, we're not. You know what I mean? Like you said, if you admit it, and that's cool. Carry on, but they're not.
Correct.
They think they.
It's all good though. I mean, there's the 900 nation at the end of the day. Sorry for anybody that's here that's 900 plus. No disrespect, but like, I don't care about a 900 nation at all. Like, I probably will never see a 900 nation in the entirety of left of time I have left in a game.
Yeah, probably not yet.
Like, I probably will never see them. If by the time my nation sees one of them nations in any type of event, I will probably have long quit.
So, hey, are you at that point where you start seeing Ronaldo's nation? is Ronaldo's nation?
Ronaldo?
Yeah, Ronaldo. I don't know why I call him Ronaldo.
Ronaldo? No, I mean, I'm sure, like, at any point I could probably face him, but, like, it's not really, like, something that I would be, like, nervous about. I mean, he's a big city, but, like, he's one city and there's one other one, but
there's two other ones. There's two other ones.
Yeah, they got them there, but, like,
yeah, they recently got merged again.
Yo, Woody Barry, let me jump in here for a second. This is Rexy from 320.
All right.
So I've been at 320 for 4 years.
Okay.
We have played a 400 nation one time.
Only
in
one
4
time?
years.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you.
100 nation once. So I don't know if that speaks to how Camel does its matchmaking, but we've only played a nation 80 higher than us one time in 4 years.
I will tell you why, and I've started to realize with my new merger is your BP is definitely way too high. I feel as if they're starting to match people up more so in terms closer to their BP level. So like lately, like I'm facing like right now I'm facing a one merge nation in a frenzy. Like, I mean, so it's not even fair. Like for them at least. Like I mean, it's gonna be for us. We could literally just chill and win. Like just casually play. Like probably barely even use speed. I mean, it's weird. Like during our voids, we do get some tough opponents in voids here and there, but like there's still later nations. Sometimes it's like a little lower. Like we have 395. Like we're matching in closer areas to BP wise than we are anything else as of late. So I mean, you guys' BP is very high. So you're probably matching with older nations a lot more because of the fact that your BP's high and you're in that middle area where you're in what, Globe 4 compared to my Globe 5?
Yeah, but Barry, this is 320 just merged a few months ago, and the
I know
400 nation was before we merged. So imagine our BP before we merged.
Yes, but you guys were always kind of chunky, and so was 356. They were both like you guys both were chunky. 356 was probably a little bit slimmer because they only had one alliance, and the second alliance was kind of just like lingering players.
Yeah, I there's definitely BP to it, but there's more to it than that. It's just I mean it's remarkable because we played 100 nations all the time, and we've played nations sub 100 now. It's I think there's just fewer nations, and I think we are a victim of the lower nations not having anyone else to play. And so
I would love to play lower nations. Like I feel like I get neglected against those lower nations. Like I would personally enjoy going there because like right now, like I'm getting paired against nations that are heavy T4, like nations like that where I'm like getting bored like during void. Not like fun.
Yeah,
like those older nations actually come out and they really want to play. They'll come and attack and defend. Like I like those type of battles. Where I can come out and be like, all right, we're gonna need like 80 for this one, guys. You guys down? Yes. All right, let's go. You know what I mean? I like that type of like where it's big battles non-stop. Like I don't like that slow. Like all right, I'll be lucky if the defending team comes out with 30.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing who you guys fight. I mean, I really think that 385, you guys are going to compete with 219, with 269. You guys are going to compete. I look forward to seeing those reports.
Yeah, I think that
it's going to be a lot of fun. Eventually, I just don't see it happening right now. It's crazy. It's like we don't get those type of nations. Like I think the hardest nation we had in a void. I'm trying to think. I can't even think of one right now. I feel like we've been walking through everybody. I gotta go look, but I really haven't seen like any competition yet so far.
It's kind of like the matchup. Look at like 736 where I'm at. Look who they matched us up with, 717 guys. I feel bad for these guys. The highest person they got is a 37, and I mean they got a handful of 36s and 35s, but that's it. Like I feel bad for them. Like I might actually just sit out this frenzy, just so, I hate to say it like this, so the kids can play.
Watch your mouth, Woody. Watch your mouth.
Rexy. So,
No, I'm just saying. I mean, that's.
Rexy, our closest void
We
we've had
fight.
so far.
Remember that we fight.
Are you from? Wait, hold on, Barry. Are you from 717?
We fight. Just
fight?
remember that we fight.
So do you guys want me to join it?
We
or?
want you. Trust me, we're waiting for you.
Okay. All right. Purge. Okay.
Ooh.
All right. All right. I'm gonna tell you what. I respect that. I respect that, Purge.
If anything, we come out in numbers.
I respect that. All right. Cool.
80 to 100 deep.
Are you shitting me?
Wow.
I've never seen that ever. Have you? Have you seen that?
Purge, are you like extending it a little bit, or are you being?
Nah, trust me. Our alliance is made up mostly of Americans, so we're always online.
I mean, that doesn't matter. I mean, I can see 40.
We'll be waiting. Trust me, we'll be waiting.
Where you at, Purge? I want to find you in here now. I want to find you. I want to find where you're sitting at right now. Where you at? Where's your location? You're not gonna say? Come on, Purge. Nah, I'll get you.
You can't issue a challenge and then retreat.
No, he ain't retreating. I mean, if they're gonna send 100, that's gonna be fun because it is a frenzy. And guys, when it's a frenzy, give it all you can because you know what? It's not a no loss. It's a no loss situation. You run out of troops, you get them back the next day.
To your left.
Now, Void, on the other hand, I don't know if I'd be sending that towards us.
We're going against someone that doesn't use T4s.
Really?
Yeah, to your left. We in BOW.
Oh, by the way, are you guys going to use T4s, Purge?
Nah, we don't fly with T4s.
Are you okay? All right.
Nice. 667 doesn't use T4s either.
I think Camel's got to do something about those T4s. And I know people are like, no, we want them. Just because it's strategy. Yeah, it's not strategy. It's build T4s and send T4s.
It's boring.
It's boring as fuck. It really is.
At least make them worth points and give them back their points.
Frenzy.
Do something.
Frenzy the towers, and I'm wondering if they put the towers in to kind of counter the T4s. I like those towers. That's where those big old fights happen because the points they're equal.
Right.
I can't find your hive. Where are you at?
Type it in 496 596.
You've been in 496 and
596.
Man. That's the location. The hive.
Oh, 496. Hold on.
596.
496 and 596. All right, let's see what you got cooking. That'll be interesting. Yeah. That's gonna be fun. There you are. Gotcha.
That was quick.
Gotcha. All right. Okay. Cool. Guys, someone send me 496 596 so I can save that. I'm joking. No, I think this will be fun. I mean, you guys are gonna fight. I like that. That means our alliance. We're gonna, either way, we're both gonna give each other a run.
Facts.
I like that. Cool.
Why you guys fogged and some shielded? You got a little bit of.
Because we gonna kill monster. Stupid Koreans.
Well, being that I'm live and I'm sure they're probably watching, they probably know now.
Yeah.
Well, in about 10 seconds when it goes into my channel.
Who cares?
Yeah. So you guys are you guys right so you guys in a civil war right now?
No.
Just one person?
Just one person. He talks too much.
Who is it?
That's that guy, Monster, yeah.
Him?
Yeah.
Man, you... Dude.
Hey, can I give a few thoughts on nation battle power and
Yeah.
and so I got a couple of points to make, and I don't know, none of us know how Camel decides to do matchmaking with Battle Frenzy, with Void, whatever it may be. None of us know. They've got some sort of, they have some sort of mechanism, whether it's largely random or there's actually some thoughts behind it. But just a couple of points I want to make out. So 320 has been matched against 309 3 times. 309 has, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, 309 has substantially lower battle power than 320. And they have for a while. 320's matched against them twice before 320 recently merged. And we've lost all 3 times. And they have like no battle power, and they're just these 2 alliances. Now, more importantly, I think than that, with the battle power question, is 320 has been matched against 219 3 times. So the first 2 times that 320 matched against 219 was in Battle Frenzy, and was before 219 had their most recent merge. Before 320 had our most recent merge. They smoked us. And then 219 got merged. After 219 smoked us in 2 Battle Frenzies in a row, there were 1 and 2 in a row, the third match was against them for Void War. So we played them 3 times in a row. Battle Frenzy, Void. But the Void War was after 219 got merged. And their battle power was, in all 3 of those circumstances, way in excess of 320. Especially the Void War. And they smoked us in that too. Huh. So I don't know where battle power comes into the matchmaking. I agree, it's got to be a component of it. But man, I don't know how they come up with the matchmaking.
I think I think the way they do it is they got this magic hat that they put all the 300 nations in one hat, and they say, all right, here you go, we got 320, and all right, we got 385, all right, there you go. I think that's the way they do it.
Yeah, I think they just
use the Aztec calendar.
Talk to most people the most ways, the hardest, and then they say, yeah, let's go with that, and they ring the bell.
Well, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, it used to be, the game algorithm used to be different about 2 years ago. Like, the whole merging part of it used to be different. I think the algorithm change is when they started locking nations. So 442 is right around that time. The algorithm got changed a lot. Like, forcing merges. What is this guy doing? Sugar Daddy. Alright, which one of y'all in here that's doing that to me? Sugar Daddy. Okay. There. Got my attention. 1 zombie. Who here has heard of Cash?
Is he the blue tiger?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah, he at fucking Tifa event, I thought I was gonna win it, and the guy comes in and fucking spends $8 million.
8 million? Well, maybe, I don't know. I know I spent the $1,000. I'm not gonna lie.
He goes hard in the paint.
I have a report of just me and Cash, and it was the only report that I have of just me and him. It might take a second to find. That ain't it, obviously. Matter of fact, I posted in GC chat. And I respect this guy. I really do. Okay, so there's one with me in Vegas. Vegas lost. Got one of me and Cash. Where'd it go? Is this it? I think it is. Yeah, this is me and Cash, right here. And our, fleet size, I had less troops than he did. We both got Titans, both got planes. He does not. He did not get. He's got the gold. No, those are my gold bombs. Okay, so I got the gold bombs, and I think those gold bombs actually made a difference. Really made a difference, honestly. They look cool and they do damage. I was talking to some other players as well that got it, and they said that the damage from them they're pretty significant. What was that, like 10,709? No. I don't know which icon is the gold bombs. Isn't it the orange ones, yellow ones? Let's see. I can't really tell. So guys, this is a monster, and I'm giving Cash every single. That's a straight fleet. That's a mid-range fleet. Is it? Yeah, that's a mid-range fleet. What did Global Conquest? The chat was saying, oh, he didn't have his right fleet in there. No, that's a straight mid-range fleet, and he had mid-range attack, melee HP, and his very high melee defense. Guys, what is up with the whole melee defense? They're not winning. I don't know.
They need to balance out more.
Well, here's the thing, and I brought this up to another player that said people should put it towards melee defense. And so far, I've gone up against two major players with very high melee defense, and I walked through them. Well, I'm not gonna say walk through them. I beat them, and my melee defense is very low. Like, I'm only at 851. I don't know.
Which is higher than most cities in the game.
Well, I'm saying compared to monsters. I mean, when you start messing with melee defense, you're talking about you're already a 41 or 38 and higher, and you're trying to build. But I don't know. I think melee attack, and this is just my personal opinion, I think melee attack is doing better than melee defense. I think that would be that third one you want to go high is melee attack. I really do. And I know people say it seems that way on paper, but it's not the way the game works. I know that, but I don't know. I really think the melee attack is better than having melee defense.
I agree, and you can do the paper crunching, but there's so many adjustments that happen on the fly based upon officers, and just all these skills and all this stuff comes into play that you just got to play in the mines and find out what works for you. I think melee attack is more beneficial. I found it that way anyway.
I do too, and the only reason I say I do too is because I went up against monsters. Monsters, guys, like Vegas and stuff like that. Like, and I hate to throw Vegas underneath the table like that, but like he's got 1270 melee defense as well. He's got nearly 1600 melee HP, right where I'm at long range, right where I'm at melee attack, and he lost. Let's see if this one repeat. But his formation was not good. From what I heard, that this was not Vegas that actually was fighting. It was someone else. So I give the benefit of the doubt, and credit where credit's due. It might have been someone else that was fighting with the wrong formation or didn't know formations, and but the difference in speed it up in troops is pretty significant. I mean, he killed 165. I killed nearly 300,000. That's a big difference between if it's just troop formation. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, about those formations, we were discussing this for Triangle. They wanted us to change the fleet formation, and I know the 1191 is ancient history, blah blah blah.
Yeah. That's.
Well, and I would always chuckle when I came up against people with single units of 13 different types, because Thor would zap them with the lightning, and I would get the kill for, and then I get that Titan bonus. But we looked at it a little bit. The Titan bonus that you get for those 1 unit kills only lasts for 5 seconds, and I think it lowers defense. It does something, but it's really minor, because the more important, it's not Thor, it's the next lightning, the next one up. If a Titan has that, and most don't, but if it does, that one's more significant, because anytime lightning touches a troop, it takes away, in my case, it's 6% damage from the enemy's attack. And that's 6%. I mean, that makes it, that can add up when they've got a ton of troops.
Yeah.
So I've switched back, and I've started adding ones, because I'd rather have the lightning hit those single units, and then they get their 1 bonus for 5 seconds. That's really not much of a bonus anyway. So I started adding in single units again to counter not the Thor lightning, but the next level lightning.
So you're adding some snipers in there too, then. You said single unit snipers.
I'm mixed. I go tanks and snipers. But that 1 unit, when the Thor lightning takes them out, I'm basically wasting. I'm taking away the damage reduction that the enemy would put on me, because he's wasted it by taking out those single units, and the troops that were not touched by the lightning, their damage is unaffected until the next lightning comes around, if they have that second power. I know you do. So only the mega cities will have it, but you definitely don't want to give the mega cities any more ammunition than you can. So if you have single units, I would suggest, and we put them in triangle, just defend to get a little bit of an advantage over the whale players, the strong Titans.
Well, there was a lot of talk, and I know this is a trick when it comes to triangle, where when you load your troops, and obviously let's say you have GC, right? Like how we just did, and I always wait to use my Aeon in 3rd round, and when there's an hour left, that's when I activate my Aeon. That's the best time to do it, because then it'll last throughout the whole entire the rest of it for you. But usually right afterwards, you got Triangle War. So even if you have to sit out that first round, like I am here, you sit out on it. So, and wait till your Aeon is active, round 2, because the first round is easy. It's usually for the kids to play, at the park and stuff like that, and get some points. The mega people, the bigger people, they should not even be touching. You shouldn't even be needing to load troops until you get to like the knockouts. You know what I mean? That's right. That's when the big boys play. Or unless you need to hit a big, someone big, to get the win. Then one of the big boys come in and they just end it quick.
And you're right. You should think about plan when you've got all these events, and even within your own alliance, to show off your strength and rank against the alliance goal. Time it so when you apply a bonus, it goes across multiple events. There's some people that, as soon as the reset timer hits, they apply all their buffs and they deploy their troops, and then you've lost whatever bonus for other events that it could cross over.
Yeah. Completely agree.
And yeah, one event, whatever. But if you do that month after month after month, you're really hurting yourself in the long run, because we all play this game and we're in it for a long time. So might as well take advantage of that. It's like skipping dailies. There are cities that skip dailies. Well, it adds up. Are you skipping it?
I'm not gonna say. Okay, so I'll admit it, dude. Other than the runes and stuff like that, I don't do the rest of it.
Well, there's a ton of them.
Like,
and yeah, it
like the whole send resources to this person and send them reinforcements, and then send them out to each farm. I don't do that stuff. And I
No, I don't do that either.
Those are the kind of dailies that I don't do. But like the whole, if you have one nearly done, recruiting ones, I'll do that, and then the mending dailies, I'll do that, and then the Titan dailies and the officer daily, I'll do something like that. And you can always tell who's doing it too, because you look at if you look at their upgrade part when they have meat still and not use it right away, you know that they're saving for dailies. Same with like mending. If
You definitely want to open up that first chest for your dailies, because you get what do you get? 2 components for the plane.
Yeah,
to do that, or you get something.
Yeah, you get that, and you also get the meat for those dailies too, or not the meat. I'm sorry, the gobbler, the uranium gobbler point tickets, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's what I was talking. Those you get those, but like sending to farms, that I'm way past that part. You know what I mean? You guys can have it. I'm not better than you, but I mean, I'm just like, I'm good.
Which is for the non-whales. For the average city, you should always do all of them. It'll add up.
Absolutely, dude. When I was a 36 and a 38 and 52, that's what I was doing. Like I was sending on a daily note. What is up with this? Okay, so this is a problem that I'm finding. You are not seeing fleets being sent, only a line.
It's an invisible fleet.
Yeah, but it happened in GC, dude. Like you couldn't see the fights. I had to literally shut down the game. I call it a program, the game, and reload it. It shouldn't. This is coming back to the whole. I think the server. It's at that point where the server needs to be upgraded. We are past that point. I did notice that
they need to lower the graphics.
You think so?
Yeah, just a hair. It's too intensive. The phones and the apps on our end can't keep up with it. There's too much information going back and forth.
Well, I'm on a PC.
I'm
on
going
a computer, dude, and it's happening on a computer. Like something that's able to have all this stuff open, plus this open on a different screen, have this open, have that open. I'm able to have multiple windows open, and it's still lagging me like no other, especially in GC. That someone did say that in the United States the lag was really bad, but in a different country where they were from, there was zero lag.
It's interesting because distance to the service center also matters too. But someone said that they've got service centers in the U.S.
Yeah. I believe that's exactly if they have it. There's got to be a server center anywhere they offer the game, even if it's at like someone's house. There's got to be some kind of something that's jumping off it, a satellite or a Walmart antenna, something like that. It has to be linked to it. You can't.
Well, also, I mean, in the U.S., if they've just got one server farm for the game and it's on the East Coast, and that hurts the West Coast players. So they should have multiple servers. Who knows what they have? But
I don't know. They might have. Well,
they've got the money for it. Why not do it?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you think of this. The programmers that are making like that new Tifa game, right? They have to pay them to produce that, test it, market it, and all that stuff. I know you guys are saying, well, they're employee, right? So they get hourly wage or flat rate. We don't know that. It might be someone that made a part of it. Camels wants to buy it, something like that. Or they made it and maybe they'll sell it, but they're going to sell it for $1 million to add it into the game. I don't know that aspect of their part of the game in marketing and development because it's none of my business. But I mean, I'm sure part of the reason has to be, with the upkeep of the business itself. I mean, I'm not making any excuses. Trust me, they're rich. They're making a killing off us every single day.
Very rich. Well, and that you just had an interesting idea there. They could. I'm not. If they want to do it, fine. All these little mini games that they have, like the new one that just came out, they could spin those off as separate apps in the Google Play and Apple Store, and those could be just spin-offs of this, and they could probably make income from that.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. You got so many of those spin-off apps out there, is that they want this to be a long, proactive game. And it is. It is. So by spinning those off as a separate game in the App Store, it takes any kind of thing to this game away. You understand what I'm saying?
It might, but it might get people interested if they get sucked into that mini game. Like we all got sucked into the false ad for this main game. They might come over into the big game here and get hooked.
Right, but if they put that into a mini game, they're not going to swing it as an advertisement for their main game. You know what I mean? Like, no company's gonna be like, hey, here's a mini game, but since you're done at this, here, come play our main game. No one does that.
Yeah, it would probably make the servers run even slower.
Most likely. I mean, I know that Camel did release a new game probably a couple months ago. It's more built towards teenagers because it's like animated kind of stuff, like Pokemon kind of animated game. It's not like this. It's a little different. But they did make that one. A couple people did test it out, and they said it's more for kids. So, or teenagers. I'm not going to say kids. Teenagers. Or maybe the early 20s. To where this is an adult game, man. Like, seriously. I don't see no teenager coming in here dumping $20,000, $30,000 their very first year. Yeah, and still playing. You know what I mean? You might get one or two here and there, but it's definitely fun.
Yeah, when mom and dad's credit card goes missing.
I've seen a YouTube video of that little kid sitting in the closet. His dad opens up the door. You know what you did? I don't know what I did. You took mom's credit card and you freaking ringed it up $5,000. No, I didn't. No. he's actually
where the kids order a giant TV.
Yeah. Oh God, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yep.
So, guys, I think that new Tifa game, it is. I like it. It was fun. It was competitive. It was expensive. I was able to get second place in my area,
Okay.
and Grim got first place. GG to you, Grim.
I appreciate it.
Not by much, but you did get first place. GG. But I think, guys, that those, I'm telling you now, those Tifa skins, you guys might not think it's worth it. At least get the cheaper one, because in the long run, when all these other officers start getting skins, all the boosted abilities, they're going to equal up and they're going to do some major damage. And if you miss out now, like how we missed out when the Titans equipments came out, and everyone's like, oh, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. And we found out later that they were so freaking OP. Well, now people are trying to catch up on it. So...
D. Grim, how many points did you score to win?
591,000.
I think it was like 500. It was 1,000. It was 1,000 points away from beating you.
Yeah, I have a screenshot.
What level did you get it to?
54.
No, I think I was 45 or 46.
I was at the max. Well, the max level to where.
Yeah, you must have been 50 plus.
I was at the max level to where you got that last unlocked equipment, whatever you want to call it.
There you go. I sent a screenshot.
Let's see. Here we go.
I'm telling people with the officer skins to just, unless you have super strong officers already, to just focus on the core officer skills and the core abilities.
Well, I agree, but I was thinking more for the players that already got the core abilities and the 6 stars.
Oh yeah, definitely you need to get the skins because you're going to fall behind in your peer group. You're definitely going to fall behind.
But for like the 33s and 34s, don't have all 6 stars. Not yet. Wait till you work on your main 6 stars and getting everything to where it should be first. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Work on the smaller things first. So you got 591, and I had 590. That was so close.
Like 300.
300
points.
away, man.
Only if you would have had like 5 more seconds, bro.
I only had 5 seconds. I would have, man. You know what? I'm content with second place. I'm content with that.
If you're not first, you're last.
Yeah, if you're not first, you're last. Yeah.
Ricky Bobby.
You're not first, you're last. Speed. But no, that I really like that event, and I like what they did with the end game monster. If any of you guys made it to him, that thing was awesome. I'm not gonna lie, the animation on him.
Wish you would have recorded it.
I did. I actually made a video of it.
I'm gonna go check it out then.
I'll show the link. So I'll show what it looks like. Just give me 1 second.
It's kind of like the drag race when it cuts away.
Right here, look at that. Yeah, it's a cut away from like drag race, but it was intense.
Oh.
How many times did you hit it?
What do you mean? How many times I hit him? Hit him with the laser?
Yeah.
I think it was like 3 times I hit him. It got to the point where he started throwing his arms or hands, whatever, claws, whatever you want to call it, at me, like in 8 to 10 different directions.
Yeah, I think each time you hit him, you get close to 50k points.
Yeah. So I'm talking about like, yeah, I think I hit him 3 times. Or maybe 4. I can't remember. That's definitely something
you might hit him 4.
It's definitely something that I would check out for the future, guys, when it comes out again, because I believe it's going to come out. Obviously, there's more skins. A lot of people, other than it costing money for the skins and it actually costed money to actually play it, it was fun. I really enjoyed that. So being that I enjoyed that little bit, and that's like the upgraded version of that new, when you have a new city and you got to do it as a whatever you want to call it, this little thing that was right here for a brand new city. It's like that, but on steroids. And be sure to...
When do you think they're going to...
Go ahead.
When do you think they're going to push Polar Event out at everyone and publish it for everyone to use?
I don't know, but I would really like to... I really want to try that, man. I really, really, really want to play that game. I think...
It's been a while.
Well, you guys all said, like you said, it was you, Mumbra, that said that you're not that big of a spender, especially in these side events. But that game you spent on and you loved it.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. I don't like the timing of it. I hate the ones that are midweek. But they got me in. It drew me in, and I wanted to
play more.
Well, I wanted to play more. Yeah.
Let me ask you something. What limit, being that you played it now, what limit would you go in spending to win it? Because I noticed that the rewards were big. They weren't little rewards like how we have with these side events. They were actually big rewards.
I generally, I'll splurge a little bit on certain events if I'm motivated, but I know that any money I spend on these side events, even if they have good rewards, is money that's better spent on officers and core stuff in the city that I need. Now, if I didn't need that, I'd probably go to town and have fun more in the events. But my cities are not, where yours at and these other fulfilled cities. So I have a long road ahead of me to get there. But for me to drop, I don't know, 400 or 500 in a side event, that's significant because I don't ever do that. I'll put that money into the city first.
Well, so what? The other day I spent 1,000 into that Tifa game. And then 2 days before that, days before that. I'm echoing in somewhere. It's you, man, bro. Yeah. 2 days before that, I maxed out this one, which I went 4 levels, which cost me almost like $800 to $900. So, like, guys, that Tifa, just as an example of what we mean as for the bigger players, that Tifa's huge. That skin is huge for the bigger players, because the money that I just had to put into that just to get those 4 levels to get that maxed out, and that's what 3% each, so 12% total was the same. It's not you spend $20 and you got 10%. No, you're talking about thousands. It's so like that skin is huge for a lot of us. Like me working on this freaking Eric. Oh my god, I'm at this point with Eric. Put it this way, and you guys are all gonna laugh at me. I bought all the packs, right? And I'm working on these last stars, and I got 5 more I gotta go. And there's nowhere I can't get them anywhere else. So now I'm buying these recruits, and I'm trying to get Eric out of these recruits. I just need 5, and I'll probably get 1 out of 100. Or else
who is it? Nikki. Not to cross advertise, but
no, it's fine.
Reach out to her. She had a little tip or trick on how to persuade and push and nudge for other officers to appear, and it has to do with swapping things out and playing with your officers in the setup. Reach out to her and talk to her, because if you've got that many chips set in, you might be able to utilize her trick and get more Erics more frequently.
Well, I heard if you take some of your officers out in the skills and they take the purples out and you put blue ones in there, and you do the same with almost all of them, not all of them, but like Tifa, you take out, and this will be the first time I'm actually trying this, so, and you just put in a blue one, and we'll just take Alexandria out, and we'll put another blue one in, do the same with him, put him in, her, and put Godfather in. I heard that you have a better chance of getting purples because now they're not active and the algorithm thinks that you want. Wait.
Right.
Algorithm thinks
and depending on which officers you have in or not have in, it'll tend to give you those officers more frequently. There's purple right there.
Well, that's 1.
Yeah, but you got it like right away. I've never gotten one on 4 draws. Now I have heard once you get a purple.
Oh, I got one Eric. I'm moving there. There's a Zeus and a Brave Star. Morgan.
Ooh,
I like these too. These purples and the skill books and the.
Did you unequip Eric?
Yeah, I would unequip Eric to see if you're more likely to get him.
All right. Or just unequip Eric.
And this is something similar when you're playing with
unequipped Eric. I've been told if you unequip the officers that you want, you have a better chance of getting them.
And I did. I unequipped them right here, and I equipped blue. Let's just try removing all of them. Why not? What's it gonna hurt? We'll just unequip all officers. I'll be extremely weak then.
There's something in the chat posted. How to get maximum purple officers from the elite recruitment order.
It's from AOZ codes.
Every time you hit 18, it will give you 8 purple fragments, but you can't do it as quickly as you did it.
So is there a time limit?
So you got to give it a little time. So you do, what is it? 9 and then 9, and then sometimes it'll give you the 8 on the first, but always gives you the 8 on the second, no matter what.
Yeah, you're guaranteed 1 purple if you do the 18. If I get 1 early, like you did in 4 draws, I don't draw anymore. I wait 24 hours. I wait for the next reset before I try it again.
You don't have to wait. I don't wait 24 hours. Sometimes I wait like 10 or 20 minutes in between, and I'll go do other things. And sometimes I'll even do the regular recruitments. So I'll do 18, and then I'll do a few of the regular recruitments, and then I'll give it a few minutes, and then I'll go back and I'll do the elite recruitments again, and it'll do it again.
So this right here,
Wow, good.
This right here is where I'm messing up. It says do not skip the animation, and I was skipping it. All right.
Yeah, definitely don't skip that. I let it do it. I let it go slow.
We'll try that. But I'm gonna finish reading this. Check out what you got. If there's no at least 1 purple or no times 8 purples, officer frags, because if you already have an officers, which you got again, it turns into 8 purple pieces. Do not press confirm. Do not close the window. Push recruit again. Same window. Okay. If there is at least 1 purple, 8 officers, leave the page. Do something else in the game. After, open it again. Start again. Step 1. Okay, guys. If you guys, and I'm actually one of the people that actually followers and fans of AOZ codes. Guys, if you want to read a lot of his stuff, and he actually posts a lot of highlights of a lot of GCs and other voids and stuff like that, visit aozcodes.com and show him some kind of support. Look at his stuff. He has a lot of information here, and I mean a lot of information in here, that you can, as a new player to the game, or even an old player, that some things change or something that or for all you know, there might be some things that you just didn't look at, you had questions about, you never asked it because you thought that was just something stupid to ask, and you still don't know, and you're an older player. It'll most likely have it in here.
Looks like a cool site. I've never seen it before in all my years of playing, so I'm definitely gonna check it out.
Yeah, he's he does know what he's doing. I think he actually posted one of my videos in here, and you got Loreline in there, and I don't know what
my favorite video, my favorite meme of all time is on Loreline right there, and you did it, Woody. You did that. Her when all I want to get is your money or something like that. You remember making that?
Yeah, I remember.
where it's Loreline, and she. Oh my God, that had me rolling for days. That was great.
All I want to do, take your money.
It was perfect. Oh my God.
I think it was one of those times where they went very heavy into something. I'm like, what? I think it was when the planes came out. Is when I'd made it.
Yeah, it was perfect. I love it.
I'll post that code in the chat over here in case anyone wants to check it out. Actually, they already got it up there, so I'll post it in my chat room underneath the podcast's topics. That's a good thing to have there. Matter of fact, I would think it might be something that maybe I'll talk to Camel. Maybe they can, put it somewhere up here to where no one can actually touch it, to where if they want some help or whatnot, that they might be able to just go straight to there. Because honestly, it kind of is like a somewhat of a guide, if we're being real. It's somewhat of a guide of the game. And there, we all know there is no guide to the game unless you watch a video. You know what I mean? That's a site where you can check out, and it'll be, I want to say, about either 80 to 100% accurate on the information that you want. If that makes sense. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to remove the rest of these, and then we'll give it a swing. All right, I think that's all of them. So I'm super weak right now, and let's try. See what we got.
Someone posted a comment that you don't have to wait for the animation, that it's old, but I just said, well,
I got another
it doesn't
Eric.
hurt anything to wait anyway.
Well, I got another Eric.
That.
Let's try it again. Okay. Another purple. Aeon. Confirm.
She's always good to get.
Yeah, she's not bad. Alright, we'll try again. Got a caddy. Got one last try. Got another purple. What is it gonna be? Doc, I don't need him. He's garbage. But I do use. So all the stuff for resources or stuff, I use them in the exchange store to get points to buy things. Sasaki, and that's it. That's all she wrote, folks. And that's, yeah. So
what's the highest number of gold chips you've had waiting that you haven't used?
Gold chips? What do you mean?
For the recruits, right there, what you're doing.
I went up to 850.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And it was when, matter of fact, it was right when Eric came out, and I got jack shit from it. I was like, damn it. I think I maybe got a total of like 10. So I was kind of really salty. But I mean, there's other players out there that's gotten way more than that, like way more than that. So I don't know. It might to me. I think I don't know. Did I get what did you guys think? You think that might have been more, or do you think it was the same?
From playing 238s at the same time on two different phones, and I'm doing them side by side. I do my recruitings simultaneously. I'm hitting them both at the same time. I'm using two fingers, pinky and thumb, and I'm hitting the buttons at the same time. I've noticed that there are trends. One city will get certain officers and certain fragments far more often than the other, and the other one gets a completely different set. So and it's consistent,
right?
Even with the endless zombies. When I go into the shop and you're trying to get the atomic bomb and whatever that other high buff is, one city gets those bombs all day long, and the other one never gets them. And it's been consistent month after month, year after year. It's never changed. So I'm wondering, when you create a city, and this was the discussion I had with Nikki, I'm thinking that at the instant you create a city, there's like almost certain groups, and you can be cast in group A or group B or group C or whatever, however Camel does it. And whatever group you're in, you have a certain predilection to get certain items as opposed to the other two groups.
Kind of like how the SATs
that
in
might
high school.
play in it.
Kind of like how the SATs in high school was. No one had the exact test. It was always like 4 different tests, and just so no one's cheating.
Right, and I'm kind of wondering, based upon playing two very, very similar cities, equal power and everything, the same way, they're getting different things consistently. So, and then there's nothing I can do, because the one city needs what the other one has. And every trick I've tried, I can't nudge it the other way. It just won't go.
Huh. Maybe you can
And I never saw that.
Maybe you can sit down with like 10 people in your alliance, and each one of you guys do one at a time, and you ask them and compare and see exactly which one's got what, to see if that group thing actually is true.
Well, even if it is, there's nothing really you can do to change it,
True.
But just trying to understand the magic behind Camel and the way they have designed and set up everything to maybe help understand what's going on behind the scenes.
You ever wonder sometimes what is going on inside their head? I had to. I'm sorry.
Laughing all the way to the bank. No, it's fine. They got to make money too, I guess. And
Well, I mean,
we're fools to give it to them.
Well, it's not that we're fools, dude. It's we really, really, really enjoy the game. You know, and
well, yeah.
Let me ask you something. People that own cars, you know, let's say you got a muscle car that you're building. You spend a lot of money in that, right?
Mm-hmm.
We'll call that a hobby, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, our hobby is this, and we spend a lot of money.
I gotcha.
In this game.
And you know what? I'm still here, and I'm actually upticking in my spending now after a year of not spending. But the difference between that hobby, any other hobby, and this is, one, I own it. It can't be taken away from me. And two, I can always sell it and get back almost what I put into it back.
Well, like a
I
car?
can never do that with this.
No. Yeah. We can't. We're not even allowed to sell in this game.
Right.
Yeah. So it's more like, you know what? Here, you take it. I'm done. I had my fun. But yeah.
Camaraderie. It's the relationships and the people that you get to know all around the world that ties and binds everyone together.
Dude, we're one big we're one big community. Well, let's be real. We are one big. Okay, I'm not gonna say we're not like a Call of Duty community, but we're definitely a community to where we all start to know each other. And when it comes to avoiding killing troops, you know, we don't get really mad. Oh shit, he caught me. I just lost $20,000 worth of troops. Yeah, we're upset with ourselves for not bubbling, but we're not upset with the other player because you know damn well if their shit dropped, you would do the same thing to them. You know, and afterwards we're all like, damn, you motherfucker got me. You got me.
Right. As long as the game doesn't crash or lag that causes the loss, then we can, you know, be angry at Camel.
Well, I mean, at that point, my only suggestion when the game is starting to lag, if it starts to lag, either not attack anything, stay bubbled until that lag is done, and enough people as messages or VIPs saying the game is like at a still, it's lagging that bad, and they'll hit that speed up button is what I call it, and it speeds up. Or once it starts to lag, hit record and start video recording it. You know, and that, I mean, without video, because there's so many people that get zeroed out and they can use the lag or the game crash as any excuse. I mean, you got 1 million people playing the game, and if 100,000 people say, hey, yeah, the game crashed or it lagged and I got zeroed out, I mean, how did he really know? You know what I mean? How did he really know that you're not lying? But a video is video. I mean, there's only so many things that you can edit in a video to make it look real or not real, you know?
They always ask for video, and I do recommend, if you're doing a major upgrade, say in your equipment, or you're doing something, hit that screen record and just record what's going on, because and this is learning experience, I was upgrading, and there is, if Camel's listening, there is still a bug in the game, and you can deny it all you want. When you go into the equipment and you're not in the laboratory, you're actually on the equipment screen, it allows you to combine components and build things. Don't do it in there, because I lost a boatload of the rare components doing it from that screen, because before I committed,
What, the managed part?
I backed out. Yeah.
Don't ever do it from there.
I did, and I lost a ton because I backed out, saying, did I really want to do this on the computer? I think I want to do this on the radar. So I jumped to the other piece of equipment, and everything that I had merged from the other was gone. And it was a lot of components, and I was very upset.
I'd be kind of upset too. So
just record. If you're doing something major, record it.
Yeah.
It's not going to hurt anything. If it works out, just delete the recording and be done with it.
Yeah, but if it don't work out and you know it was a bug, then you know you got some video evidence of that it actually happening. But I mean, if you're messing with equipment, don't ever go into manage and upgrade it like that, guys. Don't do that. That's a big don't. If you're going to do it, develop. Like, and especially when you get down to that 6, you know, trying to get that level 6, you just develop
where I
a
was.
level 6. Oh, that's where you were. Wow.
Yeah, I was playing with a 6, and I was either going from purple 6 to orange 6, or I was going from orange 5 to orange 6. I don't remember what it was. It's the one where you needed like 3 of the rare components of each.
Mm-hmm.
So you had to have a lot of them, and it takes forever to get them, and I lost them all.
Oh, man.
So it's like, major bug.
People
screen record.
People in the YouTube chat are asking, like, Tip Top, what's the link to that site, to AOZcodes.com? Well, AOZ Codes, what is that? Is that what it was called? I believe it was AOZcodes.com. Just want to verify. AOZcodes.com. And that's a site right there. I put... You know what? I'll put it in here too. I'm sure everyone has the main group. The main group, I'll put his stuff in... Where's the general chat? It's somewhere here. It's somewhere here. I guess not. I thought
checking out all these side links.
All my side links. Yeah, I don't know if there's a general chat. I thought there was a general chat. Okay, AOZ community talk. Nope, can't do it in there. Links. There we go. Can't do it in there. AOZ free talk. We'll do it in free talk if that's okay. No, I can't do it in there either. Dang. Well, I mean, I'll post it in there. Guys, grab it, and if it gets taken down, I apologize. But that's what that is.
Just post it in your Discord.
I have it in my Discord, but there's a lot of people that are in the game that are not in my Discord. Especially in the YouTube chat right now, they're asking where's this link to this site, AOZ Codes for tips on how to get maximum purple officers and a whole bunch of other different things, to where they can get to it. If one of the admins decide it's not appropriate for that, they can delete it. I'm okay with that. And I'm sure AOZ Codes, the creator of that site, is going to be like, holy shit, I got talked about. But he has good stuff on there. He does. I'm not going to lie, he has good stuff. A lot of stuff that he gets from bigger players. You know, he'll get some knowledge, and stuff that needs to be asked and stuff like that. He'll grab it. He'll actually do the extra work, and he'll put it on there. So I don't know. I like it. I got some good stuff that's in there. Got some real good stuff. So guys, that Tifa skin, I hate to jump back on about it. I don't know how often it's gonna hit. It might be like one of those monthly things that happens, and if it is, I'm okay with that. Or what if it's a weekly thing? What if they jump for like each week to a different skin? Or
that's what I was thinking. Because how many officers? Every officer's going to have a skin.
Yeah. Can you imagine each officer having a different skin? Okay, let's throw the whole money, the cost of it away. Let's just throw the money part of it out of it, because we already know it's going to cost money. But can you imagine having your officers with a max level skin and their skill being amplified? So I don't know if that's the gameplay that they're going to be continuing doing to amplify each skin, but I mean, we do know that this amplified right there, the air support, which is Tifa's breakthrough skill. So imagine this. This is what really blows my mind. Maria's breakthrough skill. Okay, 20% chance of 200% damage. What if her skin bumps it up to 300%, or a 50% or 22% chance? Imagine if that went up to 400%, 20% of 400% damage. Now that would be just godlike. You know what I mean? That would be.
You would wipe out smaller cities instantly.
You would be able to wipe out, because I'm noticing some of these, like the Tifa, it's a attack. It's a attack skill, so it doesn't activate on defense. This does not, the air support.
Anything you can do to increase damage, you want to do, because damage is key. Damage is death.
Damage, yeah. Damage. Even though, I'm at what? 5.5 on tier 3. And this one's going to be at tier 7. So they're going up by 1. So that would be at 9.5. Yeah, this will be at 9.5. Or wait, hold on. So let's see, 5.5. It would be 9.5% at tier 7. Now you're talking numbers. You know what I mean? So now you're at nearly 10% all troop attack, including zombies. Not, I think Raz and Lumberg went over this last podcast. They actually had a heated conversation about it, but it ended up being so it's all troops, including zombies. That's a huge, man, can you imagine like a bigger player with fucking 10% like that? That's huge right there, but there's a cost for it. But it's not
I
even...
tend to agree. If it says all troops and they don't specifically mention zombies, then they really do mean everybody.
Yeah. And
because there are other parts of the game where they specifically say not zombies.
Yeah, not zombies. But here's the thing. This isn't even the best part of it. The all troop attack isn't the best part of it. This is the best part of it. Because we already know the air supports, it's a huge thing once you get that breakthrough at 18. Now it's times 2. So
that's giant.
I mean, it's not giant now, but I noticed a difference in GC with it. I did. I truly freaking noticed a difference, and I was like, holy cow. The amount of troops that died from it was big. Versus, now imagine having Tifa skill, and then you have Zeus's skill, or is it, yeah, strike the enemy units with 2 more troops. Not his. It's probably not gonna be hers either. No.
Oh, could you imagine a skin on Panda where it supplements the slaughter, where you kill permanently more troops?
Oh my god! And you know what?
I'd go for that.
You know what? That would be huge. That would exterminate 24% wounded, or takes an effect and basically dead.
Yep.
So that would be, even if it's bumps up to 30%, like 5.5. That's still huge. That's still huge.
Yeah, I'm not interested in any skins but pandas, because if I'm gonna go after someone, I want their troops gone.
No, I agree. I agree 100% with that. And see, this one you got melee, attack, defense, HP, so how that would be amplified as well. I don't know. I think people, they jump the gun, and guys, like I said, don't take offense to that. They jump the gun. Anything that camo releases that costs money, everyone's like, oh, another money grabber. Another money grabber. Guys, realize this. You have any time from day 1 to day now to delete the game and carry on with your life. We're not telling you to stay here. It's our choice. We enjoy it. I don't know. I had to say that part because there was a lot of controversy that was on Facebook about a post that I made. So, it is what it is.
So I'm from 750, and there's a guy named Uhtred there who says he can 1v1 you and win.
There's a guy in where?
750. His name is Uhtred.
All right, here we go. Let's go. 750.
He says he can 1v1 and win.
Against me?
He's my alliance leader. He's the one that told me about your podcast. I'm just messing with him.
Oh,
he's listening right now.
He might be able to do. Let's check him out.
He's about to kill me. He's got a strong city, but
let's see who I'm asking Void for next.
Oh no!
I'm joking. I'm not gonna do that, dude. I'm not like that. Okay, let's see who he is.
He does have a strong city.
A 37.
We went against 750 last void.
Yeah, he's strong. Let's check out. Let's see where his officers are. 5.8. That's not too bad. He's got a little bit of work. It's not too bad for a 37. Little work. Titans.
I'm just a little fella.
1.6. He's got a little work. He's about halfway there. He's got to the halfway part. Now he's halfway up the Mount Everest, and now he's got that long ass climb to get to the rest. And then warplane.
I like it when you look at other cities, because now that GC is winding down, we're going to get into merge country, and I get excited when, talking about getting new blood into a nation.
Yeah, and I agree. Like, we have to be getting close to being merged. Like, 736, we were the bottom dogs of, like, BP wise. We were the lowest. Just because we scored a lot. But, so Australia, he's got a purple plane. He does not have gold yet. Getting close, very close, but he's still got a little ways to go.
I have to give him props to. I've been playing the game for years, and this is his first nation. He learned the game faster than anybody I ever played with in like a matter of weeks. Like, he could dominate anybody just because he likes to cram knowledge. But he's probably the fastest learning player I've ever seen. Like, just playing the game for years.
Well, dude, it's like anything that you try to learn, right? At first you don't get it, and then one day it just clicks and you get it. This game's the same way. Do I know everything? No, I'm not even going to pretend I do. But if I spend enough time on it, it will click. It's like I said, it's like
enough money.
Well, yeah. Well, people are making this the comment that money can't buy skills, and that's 100% true. Money can buy you a really good city, or like not buy you a city, but like basically build it up really, really, really good. But you still have to know your fleet formation. You got to know other things in it to make that city's ability, worth it. You can't just.
I think that's the key to the game right there. Is how do you play without wasting money, where you're maximizing your effectiveness and your ability to, rank and be up there. That to me is the best challenge of the game. Is anybody can open up whip out the Black MasterCard or Amex and max it out and whatever. That requires no skill. That just requires a deep pocket. But how do you do well without having to do that? That's the challenge.
Well, I mean, let's be real. You're talking like grapes compared to oranges right now. Like, to be able to compete against these bigger players or bigger nations, which they're going to be bigger, you do need to put some kind of money into it, even if it's like a limited amount. Like me,
right?
I always blow past my I put I put 1,000, but I'm already like the third. I'm already over 1,000. Don't fucking judge me. Don't judge me.
No, you're right, and you're going to spend money regardless. I mean, that's just the nature of the game and our addiction to it.
Yeah.
But the challenge is, and I found, this is in the last year of how do I reduce that and get the most bang for my buck and really stretch it and see what I push the limit of effectiveness of the city without having to rely on the wallet and just buying stuff. How good am I as a player where I can, make use of my skill and really get down to the nitty gritty? That's what I've been trying to do.
Well, definitely spending it all at once and getting to the end point is not the cheapest way to do it. Time, like I think it was Sayaz has told us before that the first 2 or even the first 3 packs of something, like for say if you're working on your officers, you're working on your Tifa, maybe the first 3 packs a week, just buy those 3, and within like a month or 2 you're gonna have a star, or you're gonna have 2 stars. versus, oh, I'm going to buy them all. I'm going to buy all. I'm going to spend the $300 to get that, or the $200 to get
Well, yeah, and
all
then
of
that
them.
goes. That speaks to the point. If you just go racing in and you fill up all the stars and everything, you haven't learned any skills, and you basically, yeah, you got a nice city and you're strong, but you're going to waste a lot more money because you don't know how to play the game.
Well, yeah, and there's a difference between I can't believe I'm going to say this, but there's a difference between someone building a city from scratch and a difference from someone getting a city gifted to them. Now, building it from scratch, you learn.
That's truth.
You learn everything as you go. You're learning everything versus being gifted a city, and fine, it is what it is. I got gifted a city. I'm now just starting to understand the city. And same thing with like the C-38s going to 41. It's a completely different ballpark.
Right.
You have to relearn your city. But once you
And
learn
that's
it,
what I try to tell.
Go ahead.
You're right. I try to tell people because they're like, "Give me your city. Give me your city." Okay, first of all, don't do that. Don't say, "Give me your city." But brushing that aside, I'm like, do you even understand what it takes to run a 37 or 38 versus a 32, 33, 34? It's exponential, and someone mentioned that in the chat. The amount of money goes up, and if you can't even get to a 37 on your own, then how are you going to be able to afford it once it's given to you? It requires so much more. I can't even imagine a 41 or 40.
So it's about.
Do I want one? Yeah, but
the upkeep for a 41, just to be active, about $3,000 a month, minimum, and that's for like speeds and ports and stuff like that. About $3,000 to be active.
That's why I've decided I don't ever want to go there, because I don't want to have to spend that kind of money on something. To me, no, I'm not. I'm never going to push for that because I'm happy where I'm at right now, and I'm just going to be a really strong, not 41.
Well,
that's my goal.
Let me rephrase what I just said when I said about the $3,000 part. Okay, so if you're carrying your nation, that's a better way to put it. If you're going to carry your nation to where you have, if you're not there speeding around, there's no way to win, kind of deal. If you're that guy, then I would say $3,000 minimum. But if you have other players, that are just as strong as you are, it's a different story. It becomes so much cheaper because now you got other players that are doing exactly what you're doing. So much cheaper. Like for instance, like I've been having to, since I got the city, I have been dumping a lot of money, and a lot more than $400, as someone would say in a video, but a lot more than that dumped into it. But you know what? That's my choice. I enjoy the game so much, and I want to see this nation, succeed. I know that my nation's got some spenders in it, and I can prove it right now. You got one. It's a 39, about to be 40. Hellfish is about to be a 39. Tutors 37. So players are spending money in my nation. So, and we're gonna get merged. I mean, even these 35s. So 12 players, probably even more. We'll just start at 12 players. They're spending some money into their account. And another thing that I've noticed is a lot of the players in my nation, they're not spending it on uranium. They're getting like stuff for their Caddy Island or their Titans. Like a lot of these 35s and 34s got gold Titans already. A couple of them already got a max Titan, level wise and the evolution wise. But they're still working on the equipment stuff. And I'm like, guys, okay, it's at that point where you guys can start getting some uranium and leveling it up. Come on, you're 33 and you're sitting at literally 950 LRA. Come on, dude, start catching up.
Yeah, that's easier though. Because all I have to do is buy the uranium. If they got the core strength in the city, then that's good. Take a peek at 714. I said earlier that I had stopped spending for well over a year, but I'm starting to spend again because they did something very, very good and been waiting so long to happen. That the two strongest alliances finally merged.
Ooh.
And all the power is and it's looking hot.
714, you said?
714. Yeah. Right. We're all happy and we're all very, very excited. And we're still shuffling Alliance 2 and 3 and, getting those ducks in a row, but it's reinvigorated and it's just, I'm so happy.
I remember you. We had your nation in Triangle War DoD 1 and 2. I remember you guys. I remember sending you
just to have everybody. Yeah, you did. But just to have everybody together and have we got a 41 and there's a lot of growth now.
Oh, you got a 41?
And it's
no,
I thought we did.
No, you got 39.
Oh, I'm thinking. Sorry, I'm in too many nations.
You're in a different nation.
714 is.
Yeah, I'm liking the way
very well.
I'm liking the way you guys are doing that. You guys haven't got merged yet, have you?
We had one. We're due for another one.
It's going to be a while for you guys. I mean, you got other players in the 700s that haven't got one yet, so it's going to be a while. Plus, you got
that's fine. We're still consolidating.
Yeah. You guys got some big players here. You got some spenders here, so that's good for you. That's really good for you guys as a alliance. By the time you get another merger, you might just have all those top 10, 38s, 39s at 40 at that point, and then these four will probably be 41s. Which, honestly, 38 to 41, it's not cheap, but with all the packs and specials that's going out for uranium lately, it's not as bad as you think it is. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not cheap. Don't think it is. But probably
no, it's not cheap. It's exponential.
Yeah, from C30 to 38 in uranium costs is what pretty much what it costs from 38 to 41.
And that's exactly what I tell these people, and they don't understand. It's the amount of uranium to get from 38 to the next level is equal to all the uranium from 30 to 38.
Yeah,
and that's not a small amount. And if you can't push your city to 38, then how are you going to go? Because they keep saying, "I'll grow it." I'm like, no, you won't. I'm just happy that everybody's now in one alliance. We finally did. It's always difficult when you've got two strong alliances with some good players in both, and everyone, come on, let's merge, and no, and you don't want to give up friends and family and all that, but we've been trying very patiently to see if the conditions were right, and everyone would consider coming together, and they did it, and we just did it in the last week.
Now, did you do it? So did you do it for a long term, or did you do it just for GC?
No, long term. This is a permanent reorg.
Okay, so with that being said, now that you guys are established, number one, with everyone, all the top players in it, remember that there's going to be some things that you gotta give and take. Something that they want done, you gotta say, what, I can respect that, and go their way, and it goes both ways. You can't say, well, no, these are the rules and you gotta abide by it. You can't do that, or else you're gonna split what you just did. It's gonna get split up.
Right. No, and I don't think there's any danger of that, to be honest, because we've been talking about it and preparing for so long that now that it's finally arrived, everyone is actually working together well and acknowledging and being respectful and being accommodating, and I think it's going to be I think it's going to be a change for the good, and 714 is going to do a lot better because we were mediocre. We didn't win everything, we didn't lose everything. We had fun and did the best we could, but I think it just bumped it to the next level because everybody's in the same group now.
Well, you can't win everything, and you can't lose everything. If you got to understand, yes, this is a very competitive game, but you gotta be. There's a difference between being a good winner and a good loser too, because you're gonna lose something. Like for instance, if you lose because the other nation is generally stronger than you and they outmatched you, so be it. You know, be like, wow, I went up against a strong nation. I'm impressed. Take that loss as something that what they did that you can learn off of, because there's always something that you can learn
Right.
off of. Versus some players be like, well, we lost because you gave up more points. Now, if their bubbles drop, if their bubbles drop and they're losing points because their bubbles are dropping, yeah, there's an issue that needs to be taken care of right off as soon as it's over. Or even Daring Void, take care of it. I'll zero someone out. Their bubble drops. Daring Void, I do not care. If I see an enemy hitting them, I'll send mine right after them too. But like at that point, you got to take care of business right there and then, because those bubble droppers, if they bubble drop once and twice and 3 and 4 times, and they're always dropping the bubble, then I mean at that point you're gonna have to make them. I hate to say it, an enemy of the nation. That means all alliances in the nation keep them zeroed until they leave, because it's going to be a repeat pattern. And I get it. It sucks because, everyone wants to play the game, even if it is free to play, because a lot of people do use it as a social media. They talk to their friends. But it's a competitive game. We want to win. We want, that's what it comes down to. We want to win. So, like what we did,
And you have to respect the ones that play that spend the money too. You gotta make, they're spending money, so you got to respect that and do everything you can to help ensure that their money's well spent.
Absolutely. And the whole farm thing, anything below a certain level, depending on the age of your nation, we'll leave it at that. Be T4s and lower. That's the number one rule that every nation has to set and oblige by. Like, you got to get those knocked into their farmers' heads. Look, T4s. Who cares if they're T4s? You don't need to have T8s as a farm. You don't need that. And look, if they are T4s, you can still send out Daring Void. As long as they're T4s, because you're not going to give points away. As long as you make sure your Titans ain't home or not in there. You can still send out Daring Void and gather as long as they're T4s. You know what I mean? That's. And you will be surprised how many people fall for, there's troops over at that mine. Let's hurry up and speed attack them. Not knowing that there's T4s, because, we don't scout. Let's be real. We don't scout. We just see troops and we send. Well, some scout. Me, I see troops and I send. But, I mean, am I right or am I wrong? Oh. No one has the answer for that one. Okay, YouTube chat.
I'm still listening.
No, so like I was saying, the age of your nation, like most likely by the time you get your first merger, after your first merger, in between you get to 2 nations, you set, okay, everyone. You got 3 months, you got 6 months, 4 months, whatever, depending how badly your nation bubbles drop a lot. C30 and below, or C29 and below. We'll say C29 and below. T4 only. That means it is what it is. That will either do 2 things. That will light a fire underneath their asses to get going. That everyone else helps them out and acts as a team and helps out and get everyone to to a certain level. Or I mean that's. At that point in the game, players do leave and they go to different nations, newer nations. It happens, it's part of the game. You can ask any nation that is below, any older nations, ask them how they deal with it. They'll tell you exactly the same. It's exactly the same rule throughout the whole entire game. So if there's a nation out there that thinks otherwise, I promise you, it's not. It's not. I hate to say it like that, but I mean,
our issue is we have people who don't bubble, and we burn them, we kick them, and then they just keep playing, and they won't leave our nation.
Well, you know what you do? You burn them and take all the resources from them. You know what you're doing by doing that? Now they have to farm just to heal their troops. Those are the kind of players you make sure you keep. You steal. You take all resources from them. You cut them off while they're farming. And you keep them dead. Eventually, they're gonna, it might take a month or 2 or 3. Eventually, they're gonna get bored and go somewhere else.
Yeah, we're at the point where we need to merge. And as like I said, I'm in 750. We haven't merged once, but our server's practically down to just one alliance.
That's good. That's good. I know that sounds fucked up, but that's good. That's good that you're down. You're able to get it down to one alliance. Like ours, we have our number 1 alliance, and then we have the number 2 alliance, which is like for like the free to play players and the very limited amount. Like they just buy the uranium cards, stuff like that. And then the third one is last chance before you're an enemy of the nation. If your bubble drops one more time, you're kicked out of this alliance, and all of the alliances can attack you. There is no, that's it. You're done. You are now considered a farm. And honestly, dude, all 3 alliances like that. They like it. They like it like that because it's disciplined that way. If you can't make the first one, and your second alliance should be your number 1's academy. You know what I mean? Let's be real. Your number 1 academy, your number 1 alliance. You have all the top players. The second alliance, the free-to-play players, or the people that don't know what to spend doing. They're trying to build whatnot. Those are usually the people that come over to your main ones eventually, right? So that is kind of treated as an academy, if you think about it. But once you get merged, you might have 2 main alliances, and that third or fourth one might be treated as a second alliance. Not the second alliance, like as an academy. And then that 5th and 6th one might be the last chance kind of stuff. You should not have more than 6 alliances in a first merge. No way. There's no way you should have more than 6 alliances in your nation.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of academies. I think they're just glorified protected farms.
Well, you're not even glorified protected farms. You get to the point where you see people saying, well, that's my second account or my third account. Why do you need a second account? Why do you need a third account? Why don't you focus your time on your main account? One day you're going to forget to bubble your main account because you're worried about your second account. And your main account's going to get bubbled out. Or going to get zeroed out. I mean, you really only need 1 account. That's it. Trust me, it will happen.
I only use a second or third account just of necessity to keep tabs on other alliances and, just to have, I don't want to say a spy, but a presence in there. That's all I use them for.
I'm talking about like people that are not using it for that. They are using it for like, I'm trying to build this second one. While your second one's is at like what, C24, and your main one's at a C33. I'm using that one because I'm building that too. Why are you building your second account when no offense, your first one's still weak?
Yeah, that's you can't. The more cities you have, the more you're dividing your time and your resource, everything. It just doesn't do them justice.
The Southern Vermont Vintage from YouTube chat is saying some play 2 accounts because when you're young, sometimes there's not enough gameplay. There's always enough gameplay. I mean, guys, if you're spending 24 hours on this screen on your phone, look, you don't got to do that. don't be doing that. You'll burn yourself out way too quick.
It's not healthy.
Do your dailies, save your fuel up to where it gets to 100, and your alliance donations, and log out. Log out, do something at home. Get with your family, do something, and an hour later, check back in, send your fleets out for monsters, do your thing. If Elite War's coming up, do Elite War. Do the main things. You don't have to sit there and scout every single city like, oh, they got 1 T5. Don't be that person. If someone has a T5, and someone scouts it, then yeah, at that point, yeah. But don't be that person that's going to sit there in 24 hours and it's not even Void or Frenzy, just like doing one of these things or sitting in chat. Don't do that. You're going to burn yourself out so quickly.
Yeah, this is a long-term game.
Yeah, it really is. Like I'll come on to my game, like I said, probably once an hour to do my monsters, to do the donations. Speaking of which, do my donations, collect my stuff in here, which I already did. Checked my sisters. Make sure there's no questions I got to answer. Not that one. This one.
Oh, the ex-wives?
Yeah, the ex-wives, the sisters. I checked the sisters. I checked uranium mine to see where I'm sitting. And I mean, I don't really gotta check it too much, but I do have one guy that we go back and forth all the time, me and him. All the time. Kick each other out left and right. Other than that, I log off. Watch some TV, work on the next video, or I'm at work. I mean, that's now come Void and Frenzy, kill events, events. That's when you put most of your time into the game, guys. Not don't get me wrong. I mean, we do know that's what Camel does want. You spend some more good time in there. I get that, but they don't want you spending your whole life in the game either. Let's be real. We all have family.
Well, no, I think they do want you to spend all your time in the game because that's the whole point. From their perspective, it's income, it's time, it's devotion. But to your realistic and life game balance, you don't want to do that, because you're already going to be spending all this time during the week, and then Void or Frenzy comes up, and you don't want to spend just an hour in Void or Frenzy. Those really are long events, and you're going to be logging in multiple times or staying in there for I swear there's one player who's in there for 24 hours. I don't know how he did it, but he was active the whole time. Those events are crucial, and you have to you're mandated to spend time in Void and Frenzy.
Mm-hmm. No, you're absolutely right.
So if you're already spending 40 hours of the week in the game, and then now you've got the weekend where you need to spend more 8 hours, you're going to burn out so fast.
Yeah, you'll burn out real quick. You'll be sick of looking at this screen. You really will. I mean, sometimes
I've talked with players. I mean, you'll get eye damage. I mean, it is going to affect your health. I'm just saying, for anyone out there that's glued to the screen, not just for the game, but you got your Facebooks and your messages and all the other crap that's on your phone, don't do it. You're going to kill your eyesight. Once your vision's gone, how are you going to play the game?
They might come up with some kind of braille.
Yeah, the new.
I'm being attacked! Oh no! Where do I go?
But you don't want to mess with your vision and your health, and staring at the screen is proven to hurt, harm, be destructive. I don't know how else to say it. It's not good for your eyes.
Well, the game has a time limit to where you can be online before it kicks you. You do know that, right?
Really?
Yeah, I think if you're on it for 5 hours, it will send you a message saying something like, what is it called? It's a time thing. What is it called?
Well, I've never thankfully encountered that.
Well, either way, there is a time limit. I mean, don't get me wrong. All you gotta do is log out and log back in, and you're back in. But that there is a message that it will send you to say like time something error, something like that. I forget what it's called, but it will kick you. And now after that, it's up to you if you're gonna log back in, or let's go watch some Netflix, or let's go out and have a bonfire. At that point. But 5 hours on constant look at a screen, then you look at reality and you're like, whoa, what the fuck? Things look different. They look cross-eyed.
See, I don't think it does, because I'm sure, like everybody else, has set zombies to auto watch overnight, and you turn your screen on to just kill zombies all night.
Dude, do you know what I do? You know what I do, dude? If I'm home and I'm sleeping, I'll put it on my computer. I'll have this running. I'll have TikTok running on the other screen, and once TikTok's open, it automatically forces you to where your system does not sleep, and I just go to sleep, walk away. At that point, and if I'm at work, I get my phone set up to where as long as it's charging, it will never sleep. So it'll stay on, and I just walk away at that point.
But like, I can't be the only person that's ever like set auto kill overnight, and you set your screen to never turn off. And obviously, we sleep longer than 5, 6, 7 hours. God forbid we drink, so it's 8, 9 hours.
That you were on here?
You're right. Was it good? Did it help?
No, because when I wake up and I got auto kill running, it's always time. That's what it is. It's a time out error.
Alright.
It will always be timed out to where nothing's running, and I have to reload it.
The only white man
I've never seen that. I've done the overnight thing on my iPhone, and it's not giving me any warning.
Maybe it's on my computer then, on the computer program.
Maybe an Android thing? Are you running BlueStacks with your game?
No, I do not run BlueStacks. I can't run BlueStacks.
How do you get the game running on your PC then?
I'll show you.
Yeah, you don't use BlueStacks. BlueStacks is a memory hog. It's a memory whore. It's going to slow down. Don't use it. Use this, what he's showing you right here. This is what you want.
Yeah, I've tried BlueStacks. It's so damn slow.
But this is a bug in BlueStacks. This is something you do want to do just for protection of your city.
Right here.
I highly recommend it to log in using BlueStacks. That way, if your city is ever stolen from you, you can use BlueStacks and retrieve it.
Yeah, and that's the thing about BlueStacks is like, you don't want to use BlueStacks, and if you get caught using BlueStacks, you can get in trouble because that is considered a third-party thing, and it's not because you can make a macro or an instance is what they would call it, to where it just plays it for you. It's because if a city is given away, you can always take it back from them, and then that Camo has to deal with the whole TOS thing. But anyways, this is where I play. I get right here. This is the download to PC for Windows. Right there, ageofzorigins.com.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That's
they got Apple, they got the Apple, they got the Google there, and they got the PC. So I mean, that's where I go. This is the legal way to play the game on PC, and that's what I use. Right there.
It works far better than BlueStacks. Plus, you can do full screen.
Well. BlueStacks, you can zoom in to where this you cannot zoom in or out. I had to put that out there.
Yeah, but BlueStacks, it's a tiny. You're limited to. It's ugly. It's nasty.
It's kind of garbage. I'm just saying.
It is.
It is. It is. But in reality, I think Camo on their PC version, they need to add zoom in, zoom out to it. They need to, and it's as simple as making it and putting a command key into it, like in the mouse, a command key where
if you scroll with your wheel mouse, will it zoom in and out?
I'm doing it right now. I'm even pushing in, pushing out. Now, if I click on a mouse and I try doing it, yeah, there's no zoom. Wish there was.
So, try this. I don't know if it'll work or not, but hit Control and then hit your wheel button to zoom in and see if that works.
All right, Control. Nothing.
Ah, shit. Okay.
Try
Alt. Try.
Alt. Nothing. Space. Nothing.
You want to know why it doesn't work?
It's not in the command.
It doesn't work because this is basically an Android game. Underneath this program, you're running Android and the game on it. So the inputs are the same as for mobile.
So then how do we...
everything you do with the mouse won't work.
So how do we... what if I hit enter? Nope. I was like, what if I hit enter and then move my mouse?
Do you have a touchscreen computer?
No. Wait, do I? No.
Try control with plus or minus. That's how you zoom out of a web browser. So
Okay.
maybe it'll work in the game.
No, I'm hitting control minus, control plus. No.
Okay.
Wait. What about? We'll try control arrows. No.
I think the problem is those are like Windows-based commands.
It doesn't
I know you're running Windows, but it's not the same.
it doesn't accept computer commands. It's interpreting the actions as if it was your finger. So there's no secondary menu, there's no right click, there's nothing. It's like it's emulating a mobile phone, a mobile click.
Now, how do you
underneath this game? You're running Android.
How would you add
underneath this? You're running Android.
How would you add that to it though? Being if it's an Android game on PC, how would you add that exe to it?
You need to make a different. You need to emulate the inputs in a different way. So that is a lot of coding and diverging that they won't do in the game.
Gotcha.
Because this is not a dedicated app. This is just a shell. And underneath the game you're playing is running on an Android simulator, same as BlueStack.
Yeah. That
just minus the menus and stuff like that.
Okay, a lot smoother than BlueStack, that's for sure.
Well, it's smoother other than this part.
Yeah, because it's just one instance.
Other than this part, the purple stuff, or when you try to move fast, it takes time to catch up to the operating system. Like it takes time to catch up, which is why I would.
Oh, what do you just need a new computer?
Dude, this is a good computer. Like, okay, I gotta.
What kind of graphics card? You got a good graphics card in it?
Pulling it up right now.
Now you said you could not zoom in or zoom out on the
No.
PC.
There's got to be a way you can get rid of that.
No, you can't. You can't zoom in or out on PC.
Okay, what about?
Ooh, that's not good.
No.
I have the Hewlett Packard. It's a tablet laptop.
Oh yeah, if you've got a good processor and good RAM, and you got a good GPU or card.
Yeah, I got a decent card.
Which the screen is touchscreen. Couldn't you be able to zoom in and out there too?
What, you talking about those touch screens for a computer, like the all-in-one?
Yes.
I don't got a touchscreen, so it's possible. I don't, honestly, that's something I can't answer.
Yeah.
I've got a touchscreen laptop. I'm going to try it.
I've got one, and I'm loading it up now. So if it works, I will let.
Okay. So for the computer people here, I mean, I got you. You can say that I got something good. It's not the best out there, but it's does the work.
Yeah, it should do it just fine.
It's decent.
Yeah.
It's more than enough to run this game.
Right.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I'm running a game. I'm running Discord. Running a live stream on it, and it's a lot that's running right now. two monitors. There's a lot running right now. But I mean, yeah, that's.
I've got a laptop, the ones that they have in cop cars. It's got a touch screen. I'll put the app on it and see if it lets me do it with touch screen.
Well, you remember what the app is, right? Actually, it's in my it's in my my group underneath the coin AOZ coin link. I actually have it right here too.
Age of Z Origins. Yeah,
Wait.
I'll put it on tonight and see if that works.
Yeah, you gotta put the Z in there.
Yep.
If you just put Age of Origins there, it's gonna lead you to a site. You're like, what the fuck is this? You gotta put that Z in there.
Why did that take so long?
Yeah, I think it goes to a porn site if you don't put the Z in there.
It's possible. Let's check it out. let's see. let's be the tester. www. Age of Origins.
Remember, you're streaming on YouTube.
Whatever. Whatever. Yeah. So that's what you'll get if you put in ageoforigins.com.
I'm going to go buy that domain right now.
Make sure I spelled it right. Yeah, I spelled it right. You're going to buy that domain? I'm surprised.
You're just
Honestly,
missing the S at the end.
I'm surprised Camel hasn't bought that domain. Honestly.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to buy it and then sell it back to them for however much they're willing to pay.
$1 million. No, I'm joking. They're like, you can keep that. You can keep that. We'll stick to A Z origins. I wonder why that Z got taken out. I still wonder that. Anyways, let's go back to the YouTube chat and see what everyone's saying, because I kind of feel like I've neglected them. I apologize, guys. Going back up a while ago. Even on light mode, yeah. So in GC, even on light mode, it was lagging, really, really bad. So it is what it is. That goes back to where I was saying we have to. Wait, remember, I can hear me echoing in you, but that goes back to. I think Camo needs to update that server.
My legs fall on this week.
Hey, Woody.
I don't like that attitude.
Yeah.
I got this up on my touchscreen Windows.
Are ya?
Okay.
You know, when you first get your individual person where you got to kill the zombies.
Hey guys, someone's trying to talk. Other people that are trying to talk in the background.
On my head.
Steady, can you please mute your mic?
You know, when you first load it up and the new game installs and you're at the entrance to where you're killing all the zombies at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, the touch screen does work on that.
Okay, so tablet wise.
Yes, the tablet touch screen, Windows based tablets, the touch screen will work for the game.
That's interesting. That's interesting, and a lot of people.
Any touch screen.
I'm wondering if I should go out.
Any touch screen.
So I'm wondering if I should go buy a touchscreen now. Do they?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna start playing the game on my laptop now.
You see me all like this and stuff, going like, guys, I'm gonna zoom out. Watch this.
I've got the HP x2 detachable, and it's so far it's holding up to the game with no problems.
Try doing it when there's 100 people trying to send at once.
Now
that don't work for nobody.
Yeah, that's the light mode. Didn't put it this way. Light mode wouldn't even work for me yesterday, and I'm just like, wow. So I might get. Do you guys know if there's a MSI curved 32 inch or 42 inch touchscreen out there? I guess not. Let's, because that'd be something.
Not from MSI. There's a few touch screens.
Curved though. There has to be curved.
From curved. I don't think I ever saw a curved touchscreen. There are curved monitors. Actually, I'm using one at the moment. But
well, yeah, I got two curved. I got two curved monitors, but they're not touchscreen. So if I can get one that's curved with touchscreen, and a flat one won't work for me to where my setup is, because it just won't fit. So it has to be curved to where it fits. Hey Jimmy, how you doing, buddy? I see Jimmy Hopper from 1016.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, did you hit that 41 yet?
No, I'm about 100K uranium away.
Oh man, you're almost there.
Yeah, it'll be about 3 or 4 days. Depends on how many packs drop.
Did you buy all the packs in the gift box, the gift ones?
Oh yeah, I don't ever miss out on a uranium pack sale.
Sorry, stupid question. My bad. You're like, what? You know who you're talking to. Jeez, I'm still. Go ahead.
I'm really baffled at how much my numbers changed. I guess it's just from titling and certain buffs at certain times, city skins and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've had days where I've hit LRA at 1780, and then days that it comes in at 1645. It's like, what in the world? And you can't really look at your stats, right? Because that doesn't have any buff in it at all.
Now, are you talking about like GC?
GC, the mines, every time I check it, it's all over the map.
Yeah. So okay. So we'll start with GC. Those attack buffs, the buildings that you can try to hold, that gives you that will give you quite a bit of buff as well.
Oh, forgot about that.
So and then your overall buffs itself, and then if you got that Tifa thing, which I think you did.
I did.
I mean that's not a buff, but it kills more. It does, but. And I'm sure you've increased your planes to. Oh shit! You got like probably 3 gold ones now.
No, just one.
Just one.
Yeah, I'm about to hit tier 6. I'm like 50 away from tier 6.
You know what? I know what it's doing. You're talking about GC. Let's say GC, right? You hit someone with your main, you get this big old report. But the second you don't have your Titans in there, that number will drop significantly, like 200-300.
That is true. Now, I'm not talking about that. I'm aware of that. I'm talking about like GC versus like in the mines, right? It's a vast difference.
Okay, so that has a lot to do with, let's see, where do I plunder him? This guy. All right, so depending on what his reductions are towards you, they will change your stats. Like if he has a very high long range reduction, that means he's lowering your long range stats down. Now there's a counter to that where you like do a long range attack boost, which will counter that.
Okay.
So like and also like these stats over here, like reduced damage taken from long range, 76.5%. That's huge because that's a percentage. That's huge.
Okay.
But I heard that I seen a report where you killed like 4 million troops.
Yeah.
You got that report where you can post it in here in the chat so we can all see?
Oh no. No.
No? Okay.
Not offhand. I have several of those.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, dude, I seen that. I was like, holy cow,
dude! Around me, there's nobody else even close, right? I mean, I can march into literally a city that's reinforced by 30 or 40 people and kill them all, but they're not close. Now there is somebody up and coming. I hit somebody with my second march that I got a defeat report. I was so shocked.
You're like, what's this? What is this?
What? That's awesome. That's what I want to see, right? But
yeah.
I got some defeat reports also in Iron Blood. There's a player called the Black who's really coming up fast. So
what is that?
I'm glad to see that.
What nation is he in?
He's 1020.
1020. I'm in the wrong globe. Well, Iron Blood, don't ever think about Iron Blood because you can change your buffs completely. You can go like 400 or 500% difference.
Correct.
With Iron Blood. Void or Frenzy will tell you exactly where you are, and that's that's only your personal buffs. You can't get additional buffs unless like President or stuff like that. But that's that will tell you exactly where you're at. Okay, so the Black ICP 37. Wait, you got hit by him in
no,
Iron Blood?
No, I marched on him, and I was out of full marches. I couldn't send any 7 million or whatever it is marches. I could only send like 2, and so I couldn't take him because he had 7.
Right.
I think that's the max troops in Iron Blood, but still, that's a big change, right? Because up until the last Iron Blood, nobody could take it. So even with the regular march. So
this nation's a spending. This is a spending nation right here.
1020. Oh, I know. We've been talking about that's one of our hopes that we get to merge with them and create another 52 because we all kind of get along.
I would, if I were you, being who you are and who your VIP is, have a talk with them, and we can talk about that after, in a side chat about how maybe you can make it happen.
Man, that'd be sweet. You want to talk about an extreme amount of spenders? 1020, 1016. That would do it.
But just know it's going to be the same kind of. If it does happen, just know that it's going to be the same kind of setup that Vegas is dealing with right now.
What's that?
Well, you're a super powerful nation. They're going to start putting you up against other super powerful nations. They might drop you from the thousands down to the 800s, or the thousands down to the 700s in Void, which means, yeah, you guys got a lot of top players, but the people that are going to be affected by it a lot is the 34s and below, because they're used to the way that you fight your Voids, so they're gonna walk into it with their heads held up high, and then you're gonna have people that got multiple 38s that are gonna start hitting them. Because you can only do so much, Jimmy. I mean, you can only protect so much. You can only do so much. I mean, they can all bubble, and at that point, and they can send reinforcements, which will probably be the best thing to do because those troops won't die. They can just heal them, but it'll make it harder for you.
So we don't want to make that move too soon, then.
No, don't make that move too soon. I mean, this nation right here, you guys are only 6 months in, 7 months in, 8 months in, and you're already at where my nation's average is. You already got you guys a lot of players at that right now. So I would say by within a year and a half where we're at right now, these will probably all be 37s, 38s, 39s.
Mm-hmm.
If they continue to do what they're doing now.
Correct.
And I'll check your nation out too. 1016.
We're starting to see some people exit
the game.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with that. That's honestly, that's kind of good, because the idea of merger, Camel looks at this. They look and see how active your nation is. Okay, so if your nation's starting to fade, they might consider you up for a merge. Alright, so you got 34s, 33s, 32s. Yeah, dude, you guys are not bad, and you're going to be a 41 in less than a week or two. So.
Oh yeah, it'll be about 4 days, 5 days.
And you're going to blow everyone out of water. Yeah, you guys are strong, man. You guys are very strong. I think that I would shoot for. That other nation, maybe a merge, might be really good for you guys, because it would counter all these down here. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But like I said, you'll end up going up against other stronger nations. So if you do get that merger, you gotta beat it into their heads. No, okay, guys, listen. If this happens, and if we go up against these super strong nations, you guys need to bubble and stay bubbled. Let the big dogs fight until you guys get caught up.
Is there anybody from 1020 on this channel?
I have no clue. Not many people put their. Easiest way to reach out to them is make a city there, get it to C12,
Okay.
and just talk to people there, and then invite them into a Discord, and they'll come. They know who you are. The whole game knows who you are. Trust me, they'll talk to you. They'll be like, I feel honored. You're visiting our city, our nation.
We talk on GC, but you can't really. It's hard to actually talk on GC.
So I mean, to talk on GC, you just do one of these things. Hey, go to type in and say, hey, so and so, go to Discord, and when you do Discord, write it like let me shrink this a little bit, move it up. Whoa. What am I doing?
I get a bunch of these guys tell me that they don't have Discord and they use something else.
They use Viber or WhatsApp. So if you're gonna write it something like this: capital D dot I. Oh, I'm sorry. Capital D dot capital I dot so on and so forth till you get the whole Discord written out. So that way, when you do that, the system won't think it's a bad word, and they'll allow it to happen.
Yeah, it blurs a ton out.
Yeah. Oh, it does. I know.
But we've talked on GC enough that we're kind of on the same page that we're wanting to compete on a global scale, and we know that we have to have more spenders and higher city levels to do that.
Yeah, and that's the hard part to at your point, because at one point you kind of like carried your nation, and believe it or not, Vegas is having the same issue with their nation right now. You carried your nation to a lot of wins, and they're used to that right now, right? So now some of the players might either slow down on spending, stop spending, or they might spend more to give you a hand. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It really all depends. If it goes to the point where they're going to stop spending because they know you're going to spend whatever to get a win, sit out a little bit. Tell them, you know what, I'm going to sit out this void or this frenzy. Make it frenzy, so it's not really a loss event.
That's what we're in now, as a frenzy. So
yeah, same with us. Say, what, I'm going to sit out this frenzy and let the kids play. And when they play, if they lose or win, a loss is going to come eventually for you guys. Don't get mad if they win or lose. It will at least show them where they stand. And then at that point, you can say, all right, so we've seen how it is without me. You guys we need to look at it as our nation is like this. What if one day I leave? We have to have a strong enough nation to where if I sit out, go on vacation, or something happens to me, you guys can still get a win without me being there. And that's the way you want to mold your nation. And that will make your guys' nation understand what they need to do. It will kind of like light a fire underneath their asses, if that makes sense.
It does.
Which I know you'll be sitting back like, oh, I just want to send. It's hard to sit out. I did it last void. I sat out. Me and Groot, we made a gentleman's agreement. Me and both the 41 sat out from each nation, and we let the kids play. I call them kids. Yeah, I know, whatever. Let the kids play at the playground, and we both sat out it. And oh my God.
It makes total sense. I mean, I share my account with a couple different people where if I'm offline and I'm needed, but maybe that crutch needs to be removed from it.
Well, I mean, not necessarily.
Well, it depends. Like in GC, like I'm going through a busy time of life at work, and so I've shared it because we have Global Conquest going. We just started Triangle. Triangle's not as important to me as DoD, but either way, these are kind of important events sometimes that we don't want to lose, right? We want to continue to climb that ladder, and for the nation or for the alliance as a whole. And so some of those guys will be like, okay, I'm going to text him. He's not online. We'll log in and get this knocked out or whatever. And these are trusted people, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I have some people too. Just exactly what you're saying. I know what you mean. But yeah, like DLD and Triangle War. That's something different. It's like you can log in for 1 hour, or they can log in for 1 hour, take care of business, and log back out.
Exactly.
Even though Camel says to not share, I have to put that out there. Because it's US. But yeah, we get what you mean by that. But like when it comes to like Void, I mean that's that can be a 24-hour gig. If you plan on sitting out and letting the kids play and to see where they match up or see where they need to work on, you gotta tell them no one logs into it. You know what I mean? No one.
Yep.
I'll sit back and watch. I'm not gonna help. But guys, it's a test. You guys need to see where you are and see what you can do without me. Because like there's days of when Elite Wars, I'm at work. I can't do Elite War. It's gonna be at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm at work. I work night shift. I'm not going into EW. So like if it comes to a point where EW they can't win without me, then we're way too high up the ranks for us to be there. Like if you can't win an EW without having your major player there, then there's an issue. You're way too high up there. You have to lower it back down to where if I'm not there, you can still win.
We beat Nation 2, some alliance from Nation 2 today in EW.
Jesus. You know what happened to me today? Right after GC happened, look who decides to declare war on us. Vegas. They are way up the ladder compared to us. So this was an intentional war. Like way up the ladder than us.
Man,
I don't know if he's mad at me or something or what, but
dude, he's nasty.
Oh.
Check their alliance points.
Alliance points 22,519. We're ranked 260, and I want to be at least at like 300 before I start.
What level are they at?
What level are they at?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah, they are right around where we should be. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say because I've got into a bunch of like debates with guys in 1025, and they want to try to select somebody else because it's a newer nation, and I'm like, look at these alliance points. It's probably just a farmer alliance.
Yeah, this is that's gonna be insane. I'll actually be at work when this happens, so I won't even be there. I'll be at work. I might log in and put my city in the castle.
Oh shit! I didn't realize Black hit me directly, and I beat him. I'll share it in the chat.
Black? Who's Black? Is it that
Black?
guy?
Oh. Yeah, you guys probably don't know me. I'm Papa from 1025.
Oh, okay. I know you, Papa.
Thank you.
No, now you're talking about.
Starting to make it in the ranks a little bit.
So you got 1025, 1016. Jimmy, that's your one of your.
I know Papa Pump more.
Well, I mean,
yeah, Papa. Yeah, these guys would aggravate me all the time because I was the first one with 5 warplanes, and I was literally the first one showing them that like I'll send 5 waves and just like destroy shit. So they said Papa Pump more times, so I couldn't help but change it.
I love the name, man. I love the name. In fact, I posted
that in GC. I appreciate that, man.
Absolutely, man.
That's pretty nice.
It was kind of the same for me. They were just like, hey, dump fall 5 marches. And I'm like, okay, well, all right. And then when I saw your name, I was like, that's exactly what I thought. Pump more times into it.
So
when it comes to Void, what is how many troops do you have, man?
Me?
Yeah, Papa Pump.
I had 5 million, but I have a huge problem in our nation. Like they want to keep sharing, all the castles and stuff, and especially the, they definitely want to try to keep sharing that amongst all these farmers. It's like, I've got respect for farmers, but Jesus, I'm trying to win this game. I'm having to spend $500-$600 to put the same buffs back on that I could have if we just held the capital.
Facts. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. It sucks.
So listen to this. I was in the top 3, and we have a top 3 alliance no hit rule.
Okay.
So I reached out to our R5 and I said, hey, look, if I step down from DRK and go with a non-top 5, can I challenge one of these other nations or one of these other alliances for the governor's capsule, Alloy City? And he said, yeah, that absolutely doesn't break the rules. So I had like close to 61 or 62 million battle power, and I just dropped back to like 38, 37, something like that.
So you guys are still fighting over the towers? And like
Yeah. So I left and I attacked. I literally took on the LOL Alliance. They were number 2 in our nation, and I just took them all on. Like I smacked all of them. I set them back like 50 million points. BP.
Okay, so right now, I would definitely suggest stop doing it in nation wars. Not wars, but like capital wars.
I agree, Papa, with Woody, Papa.
Yeah, I agree too, and I'll put it to you guys like this. I mean, I'm sure most of us are doing pretty well in life. I make decisions every day, and I'm not going to tolerate weakness. Sharing these capital buffs and stuff like that with farmer alliances that have absolutely no intention to go cross nation and actually do a real good showing is not of any strength. So I kind of told these guys, I said, look, you know, we're not talking about a couple $100 and playing Farmville here. Some of us have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in these accounts, and some of us are dedicated to spending $10,000, $15,000 a month on this thing, growing our city, and putting buffs on, and adding skins on a pretty regular basis. And then I'm apprehended when it goes cross nation because we're missing all these buffs, and I'm sitting here looking at number 3, 4, and 5 alliances in the capital, and I'm like, this doesn't make any sense, man. So I just made a decision, and I was like, you know what? I do ultimately want to fight cross nation, and if things aren't good at home, we're not gonna.
Yeah. So let me. So the way a lot of these alliances are, you're the number 1 in your nation, right?
No, I'm not. We've got another guy who just made C36. He's kind of a quiet player. Global Conquest. He wasn't really active in. I think he's got quite a bit of friends in the LOL Alliance. They kind of went into GC and made an announcement that they were going to try to sabotage our win. And I told him, I said, look, we're so far behind in event points. Like, if you'll go in there and look how we finished, we scored higher than, I think it was 1014. I think they had 261,000. We had 264. But they got 3 more event points than us. So they made it into the top 4, and we didn't. We really hate we didn't get there. We're really priding ourselves on being able to see Hoffa in war, you know?
Well, look, think about it this way, man. I mean, like we just got knocked out too. But think about it this way. Now you ain't got to spend that money in GC. You can spend it on your account, on uranium, and start leveling that up. And everyone in your nation can too. Versus spending thousands in speeds and heals just to contend, in finals. Because finals is no joke, dude. That's when everyone is opening and showing what they got.
Well, you guys might think I'm crazy, but like Global Conquest, all of those cost like I'm not really good to play this. I'm pretty busy guy. Pretty much 7 days a week, so I only get so many hours to play this. I can't sit here and do everything that everybody else can. I can't put 10, 15 hours a day in on this game. I kind of got to just show up, see what I'm short, and But what I was going to say is I usually run through like 500,000 to 600,000 gold, just blowing through speed ups because I'm in the heat of the battle, and I know that my nation sucks. And I got to kind of run around and take my 5th wave and do most of my work. Like, we battled 1020 in that Alliance ULF. They got 4 C-34s, a 35. They got several 33s. Like, they are stacked in 1020.
They are.
and I was really surprised. Now I will say I did come back in the third battle, and I did play that one, and I was just running all over him with my fifth wave. But is it J Wormy? Is that his name?
Yes.
That dude, City is freaking legit, man. He must have a fully loaded C-34 because he was on a show.
So
He is.
Let me tell you something right where you're at right now. So you're at 35 right now, right?
Yeah.
You're right at this point. You need to look at your alliance. You need to look at your nation, okay? Before you spend another penny, look at your nation and tell me, are they going to be spenders in the long run? And when
No, they're not.
Okay, at that point,
I only got a couple.
Right, at that point, being that you're not, I mean, you're there, but you're not way up there. At this point, you need to make a decision. Do I go into where a nation where there are other spenders in, or do I start having to carry this nation and spend 3 times as much as I am now?
Yeah, agreed.
So, and you got Jimmy here and his alliance and his nation. They got quite a bit of spenders there. That might be something that you might want to team up with and say, you know what, guys, I'm gonna give this city away to you, so and so, or trade or whatever the case might be, and go play with Jimmy. I'm sure Jimmy can find a city in the 30s for you.
Certain things here pop up that we can't say because, well, we'll talk about it later. But
yeah, side note stuff.
Yeah, side note, but he's exactly right. You can buy pretty close to, maybe not exactly close, but not far away from where you're at. And I can't even say that, Woody. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm butchering this.
I'll just say it like this: C-34 is where the game starts. And you're right there, so it might be in your best interest financially to be like hang it up there and go play with someone that that's going to be able to match your likings in the game. And
my brother played Age of War. He's been playing Camel games for like 18, 19 years, man. Ever since they got started with like their very first Western
the War and Order
game. Played War. He played every bit of them, and he gave me a pretty good warning. I mean, we're business partners, so we understand each other's financial situations. And he's like, "Hey, man, you really can spend a tremendous amount of money here." And I told him, I said, "Look, with all the other stuff that I've been doing, I'm looking for something that's kind of a little more laid back, less athletic. I'm getting a little bit older now, so I've always played first-person shooter games. That's what I always played. But I absolutely love this. I can't tell you guys how much of an adrenaline rush this freaking game is when I'm in the damn thick of it. It's dope.
Dude, it is. I'm not gonna lie, man.
Yeah, but he told me the same thing. Hey, man, you don't even know what game you're playing yet. You don't even have a clue. And I was like, I'm just killing zombies.
Yeah. So,
and ever since I call them tournaments, but since all these events and tournaments have popped up, it's like, oh shit, I had no idea this was what I was getting ready for. No clue.
Oh, dude, there's a lot. There's a lot.
You went down the rabbit hole.
There's a lot more too that you don't know about.
Hey, really? You know what I got yesterday? I got my level 5 persistent badge. So that means that's a
persistent badge.
Yeah, the persistence.
Okay, there's loyalty, courage, frenzy.
Go to your achievements.
Yeah, I'm going through.
That means you've hit 180 days.
Gotcha.
That means you're officially an addict now.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They officially own you. No, but for real, I would definitely seriously take a thought, Papa, and seriously take a thought that you're very close to where 1016 is. You know what kind of player Jimmy is. It might be in your best future of this game to say, you know what, here you go, take it, and I'm gonna go join Jimmy. Because
let me jump in and say something real quick, because that sounds great. and I could just tell, Jimmy's a cool guy too. But is that what we want to do? Is stack all of us big guys in one nation and not have
Hell
any?
yeah.
That's the game, dude.
Yes, yeah,
Dude, that's the
Hell yeah.
game. That's the way the game is played. If you don't do it, someone else is gonna.
Then you're going to end up wasting all your money because at some point you're going to run into a nation where they are stacked and they're going to crush you. And you spend all that money for what?
Yeah.
I
just
52.
put it this way. 737 Groot. It was just a C-41. Just 2 days ago, officially said fuck 737, and now is playing 736. That's a C-41 that just walked away and come and play with us, starting at a C-34 now. Starting over.
Wow.
Starting over because he got sick of dealing with the farmers and no one spending, carrying the nation over and over and over again, and just for what? A civil war. So he walked away. He's done.
Well, as much as I want to get out there and shake it up in the cross nation battles, and that's definitely where I want to be. Don't take me for being coy. I absolutely do not want to just destroy these guys' accounts. But if I got to burn this thing to the ground to make it merge and take a chance to go somewhere else with my money in my account, I'll do that first. And I've got enough guys in this nation that, they do spend and they're like, I kind of get it. Like, I think we're stuck in here with a bunch of accounts. We got one guy who has an entire alliance. When I tell you guys 85 accounts, I mean it. And he's in every season, global chat, alliance chat, nation chat. He's in all of them. He's, he's a propagandist. That's what he does. He creates a lot of tension between the alliances and just apprehends growth. And I finally got my alliance to kind of see it,
They're called trolls. They're in every nation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I call him, it's Narrow. He was the leader of LOL. I got them to vote his ass out. I'm sure he put another one of his accounts in there. But now I'm dictating what territory they can have. I'm pushing them off my governor's castle. I'm letting them know you're not taking any of these castles. It's not happening. You're not getting any of them. If I got to leave DRK to go over there and make that a fact, I will. But I have been working with Ming, which is our R5. I try to help these guys out and communicate my intentions first. But what I ended up basically telling him was, hey, look, I can either work with you or you can watch me work against you, because I'm tired of sharing the castle. Like, it doesn't even make sense. I'm nowhere near some of these other guys, but for a young nation like us, like my account's rocking and rolling, and I'm apprehended in cross nation battles. I don't even have the simple buffs from home.
What you're dealing with now is a lot of stuff within the nation. The next level of the game, you're not there yet, is when your nation is buttoned down and all the wheels are rolling in the right direction, mostly or all. Now you can focus on these contests with, cross-nation events. You can really devote your time, your energy, and your money into those sort of things. And there are other cities, I'm just throwing this out there, there are other opportunities to, like in my nation, there's some C-37s and 38s, and other nations, these cities come up that are available. You're not losing anything to give up what you have and jump ship to another comparable city. You haven't lost anything when you do that. I'm just throwing that out there because dealing with this internal nation strife, it's fun.
He'll make you quit the game. He'll make you quit the game.
Yeah,
Seriously.
and that isn't the point of the game. The point of the game is your nation is solid and gelled. You don't have to deal with this crap anymore, and you can get down to the real point of the game, which is killing other nations. And you can't do that when your own nation is busy, arguing and not stepping in line with one another. That's wasteful.
Yeah.
So now you're really wasting money. Like what he's saying, you don't put more money into the game unless your nation is going to gel. If it's not going to gel, get out, get another city that's compatible to yours, and you won't have lost anything, and just pick up from there.
Yeah, I would love. Yeah, let me just say, I would love the opportunity for that. You know.
Well, let me ask you a question. Well, let's say if Jimmy found a city in his nation and he pushed it to exactly where you're at, stat for stat, exactly where you're at.
Yeah.
Would you say fuck it? I'm going.
Well, let me say this before. First of all, I'll say yeah, but I don't see the need to drop this account. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I need to hand it over to one of these guys.
No, you don't need to handle it.
Yeah.
You can walk away or
like
play
you
in both.
said, steer away from really growing it and work on another one somewhere else. I think that's an absolutely fantastic idea. I would do that in a second.
Jimmy, you heard that, right?
Yep.
He's like, I'm on it.
I want to say something that sounds mean, but I don't intend for it to. The translator in the game absolutely sucks, and it really makes it difficult to communicate with, some of these other nations. Like, I'll be telling them, hey, I'm requesting, to do X, Y, and Z, and they can absolutely take it as if it was some sort of a threat. So I've literally had to, dumb down how I write stuff for the translator to work properly. Does that make sense?
So, yeah, it does, 100%.
Welcome to all of our problems.
Yeah, so the foreigners that are from different countries, there's an app called Viber, VIB as in boy, ER. Download that and make a group there. Their translation in Viber is the best in what they got in the internet. That and WhatsApp too. The WhatsApp isn't bad. They're actually so that way what's being said is being said correctly, because you have to remember different cultures like Japanese, Chinese, Korean, Russians. Whatever you say is what you mean. So how Americans, we like to joke around. We do. We'll say, fuck your mom as a joke. Where they're taking that as you really meant that. So it's an all-out war. So you have to take in consideration
and then 5 farmers show up at your door.
Yeah, you definitely
19 show up pissed off as hell.
Yeah, they show up with their pitchforks and the torches, and that's you're having fun right now. This is the infancy phase of the game for you, and all this internal nation stuff is who cares? And it's fun for a second, but then you discover the real meat and potatoes of the game, and you're at that point now. There's a lot more fun to be had, a lot more serious fun to be had.
Who's talking right now?
That's Mumra, Ever Living.
Mumra?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good to meet you, Mumra.
Mumra, that's Jimmy. Jimmy in 1016. The next gonna go after Ronaldo kind of guy.
Yeah, I'm amazed at these 4-digit nations and 900s and above. Just the amount you all rocket so fast, so to these upper levels, that it just amazes me.
Well, thank you. I like your intelligence and aptitude for the game.
Well, I'm not that best statistician, but I see the people behind the game, and it's you got to work with the people to be successful. It's not all about just pouring money into a city. There's 400 players in your nation, and you need all of them to do the right thing, or not to succeed or fail.
You are 100% right. Wow.
Yeah, you can't, and you could have an alliance of holdouts or trolls that could put a hose in everything, because you got to get everyone. And how do you get 400 people to agree? That's so difficult.
That is hard.
I have a special, unique talent for that because I lead a organization of thousands, and so that has been my number one agenda from day one, is getting everybody in the nation of buying in to more of a 52 kind of view, right? Like we still have holdouts in 1016, They're like, I don't want to be this academy. And I'm like, look, if you have 5 academies, one to teach warplanes, one to teach Titans, one to teach formations, one to teach equipment, one to teach officers. And then after they get the training, the actual knowledge, they'll spend their money. Every dollar will go so much further than buying crap that can be lost in a battle.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get that concept, then you can buy into the entire thing. And so a lot of my agenda has been for my nation as a whole to grow. But I knew immediately that in order for them to buy it, I'm going to have to become like the biggest, forgive me, dick in the block. I got to be that in order for them to understand. Hey, look, I'm not trying to kill everybody. I haven't competed in my nation. I haven't attacked somebody in my nation in months. I don't. There's no point.
It sucks. It sucks doing it.
Yeah. That's why my kills are low.
I never did.
Yeah.
Until I got tired of it. I mean, I gave these guys like five months of just being cool, calm, and collected. You know, I'm the same way. I've got a team that I've got to run. You know, everything's compartmentalized, and that's what it takes to make it run smooth.
I also went down the whole, help them, right? Like I'd buy farms. I know I'm not supposed to say that, but buy farms of AOZ packs for my R4s, R3s, and help them come up. Then they just became lazy.
Yep.
And so
they're riding your coattail.
Yeah. Ultimately, you have to let people develop. You have to know who's around you. And I stopped all about, 30, 45 days ago and just said, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. Just see and we do have some spenders. We do have some players. But we're going to have to merge if we're going to get into like that 52 scale, because that's just a different level of play, and that's probably going to take 2 or 3 mergers to get there.
Yeah, it'll take like, well, you got to remember the ancient nations. They used, when they merged, they would merge 3 nations together. Now it's only 2. So so let's see, when they had 3 mergers, you're talking about 9 nations into one. But with that being said, in time, as you're seeing now, people leave the game. It's whether you guys can, the players that are still in the game, can still play the game and still be a winner. And of course, people will also, leave and go to a different nation. If you can keep those players, the spenders, we'll say the spenders, in the same nation and happy, dude, you got it made. Like, that's the hardest thing to do, is to keep a spender in a nation and keep them happy. And the easiest way to keep them there is by following their damn rules, showing up, be active.
Yep.
Doing what you're supposed to be doing. But if your bubble's dropping and he has to carry the nation and spend more money just to make up the points that you just lost because, I was sleepy and my alarm clock didn't go off, and so my 8-hour bubble dropped. Why not just put a 1-day bubble on it and then go to sleep? Fuck the alarm clock. Is it really that hard? Like, let's be real. If you're logging off the game and it's void or frenzy, if you're logging off the game, 1-day bubble. Even if there's only 8 hours left, 1-day bubble. All time. That should be every freaking rule. If you're logging off, you put a 1-day bubble on. Period.
And that's one side of it. The other side is this, and this is assuming you got everybody trained and they bubble good. Now, you could have a C-41 pop in to your nation during the event, and you get a bunch of these really good players who normally bubble decide, oh, let's attack it, or let's rain to it, and they give up all these points as if they just had dropped their bubbles. Yeah. So you can train them to do the bubble thing, but you also have to train. They got to know how to attack, when not to rain.
Yeah,
that is even harder to teach them, because either way, it's going to screw you as someone, leading the nation, carrying it. You've got to make up that much more points because of this stupid attack or stupid rain that 20 cities went through, and they gave up 5 million points. You know, it never ends.
Well, look, I just shared a picture. Has anybody ever seen that? I just shared a picture in chat.
Hold on, I'm pulling it up right now. I'll blow it up. There we go. Okay, so 1008 versus 1025. You guys just freaking crushed them. Nearly
almost
twice.
1 billion points.
Yeah, that's
my last void scored 2 billion points.
That's nuts.
I went against 984. I was ripping some asses.
Oh yeah. Well, El Professor, when he went up against Jason, he recruited 4 billion points in just recruiting.
Oh my god!
I'm dead serious.
Yeah. I've done close to 1 billion on recruiting the last go round. Like I kill the recruiting phase and win the whole thing in my nation every time. But what I was going to say is, what I wanted to kind of point out is, if you look up in the alliance points, you'll see DRK. You know, they scored 866,000, and I scored 1 million. So that's 82 members against one. Like that should show you, like I'm carrying these guys. You know, I like they need to conform and adapt some rules for other members in the nation. You know, we got Triangle right now, for instance, you know, and we got guys that we never see in here making attacks for no reason. Like, you're just giving points away. What the hell are you doing? These guys
You need to decide: are you going to support these people or not?
Yeah,
I mean,
like
if you're happy supporting them and you're going to let them freeload off you, that's one thing. But they can't do it, and they can't expect to do it because.
Well, the thing is, they will do it. They will do it though.
Yeah,
and they'll continue to do it. Whether he puts his foot
down,
or whether he puts his foot down or not, it's already too late. He already started doing it. So they.
Well, I want to add a caveat to that, and they're hoping to continue to do it. It was their plan from the start.
Oh, you're no offense. You're in a very, very, very toxic nation right now, man. Like, between me and you, and I've played in many nations. Dude, you need to get out of there. You're 35. Yeah. You're just where the game started. You need to go play. If you continue to want to play the game, play in a nation where you know you got other players that are going to do exactly what you're doing and spend exactly what you're spending. So you don't feel like, and you're not carrying the nation. And that's why, because you're so close with Jimmy Hoffa, and he has other spenders there, and actually there's other players that are coming to his nation as well to go play with him. Dude, I would definitely jump aboard. You got to realize at one point, you got to say, you know, all these people I play with, they might be my friends, but when it comes down to it, there's going to be a day where you end up zeroing them out because they don't want to listen to you.
It's true.
So
Papa, you need to go with better players and players that are thinking like you.
Jimmy, in reference to a city that's in your nation, what do you figure in those guys are letting them go for?
Hey, let's not talk about that's side business for it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to personal message me for that.
Yeah, that's
DM me for that.
Okay.
But I will say this: Black has moved to 1016. Most people don't know that.
Really?
Well, they do now. The whole game knows now.
Well, yeah, he's not called Black, but he's there. And I mean, the whole 1016, 1020 thing is a real thing happening.
Yeah.
We're in the finals. We're about to play 1020.
Congratulations on that, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I have not done well because I haven't participated. I've only made like 2 or 3 out of the last 5 or 6 battles. Man, it's been a real hectic time in life for me, corporate-wise and in personal life. But yeah, it's been tough. So I think I'm sitting at 7th in points as an individual, but my nation or my alliance is number 1. So
But that goes to show their dedication. They pick up the weight when I'm out. And actually, Woody, I have to give you mad props. You and Grim Reefer have been great for me for that. Of hey, I can't always be there.
You can't.
Y'all need to learn how to play without me. And
That's right.
Dude,
some of the people that were
check this out, dude. Check this out real quick while you're talking. Our Elite Wars right here. The losses. I couldn't be in there. Like I told you, man. There comes a point where I gotta. If you can't win it without me, we are not where we need to be. Obviously, I participated in that one, but without if I'm not there, they can't win. So we are way too high up the ladder. We need to bump back down until everyone else starts to catch up, and that's the way you gotta look at it. And the same when it goes to your own nation and Void. You have to do that. You like, especially being a monster that you are, man. Like, if you continue to push and carry the nation and just get easy wins for them, they're never going to progress in life. And when they get that merge, you might get a merge with a really strong nation that have set rules. And if they don't make that rules, you know, like if they're not C-34, well, they're no longer allowed in the number one alliance because other C-34s are now in the number one alliance. You got to make room for them.
Am I the only one? Am I the only one you're cutting out on? Is that me or is that you?
Yeah, I may need to keep muting my mic. Sorry about that.
Is it me? Am I cutting out? I might be.
Oh, you're not now. Okay. Hey, Papa, where are you from? Are you in the U.S.?
Yes, sir. I'm located in Midland, Texas.
Motherfucker, you got another Texan.
I'm all over the place. I play from everywhere. I split my time between Texas and Florida and Alabama. I'm in between this little loop here.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm currently in Alabama, right next to Florida. I have 6 offices in Florida, but Dallas, myself, my number one business partner is from Midland in the old Permian Basin oil fields out there.
Really?
Yep.
Looks like it sounds like you guys are going to be meeting up sometime.
Yeah, we're going to have to do that.
Drink some good old-fashioned whiskey.
Yeah, one of the first things I had told my guys, and I kind of realized right off the bat, it was like, hey, man, I'd like to meet up with you guys. I really want to know the people I'm I'm trying to do work with. Spend a lot of money on the game, spend quite a bit of time with it. I think that's kind of like a piece that was missing, and it was really, really clear right off the bat. Yeah, so many of these guys are just, they're in other countries, and a lot of them are really, economically depressed, and they play this game to sell the minerals.
Yeah.
Correct.
They're really eating families like this, but
so you got to be careful with that kind of language.
Yeah. People, the Camel knows it happens, but so if you ever see someone asking, when is a new nation opening? That is your number one thing to know that is a RSS seller.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah,
because I try to stay away. I stay away from it. It's the first thing I worked on was, getting my own minerals and having the ability to do so. I think like 2.5 million a day. I'm killing it.
That's not bad, dude. That's not bad.
I'm sure I could do much better, but officers are only like, I think 31 or 32. But yeah, we're working on it. But yeah, I'd love to I like to travel. It's what I do with most of my time anyway. So really the game kind of kept me from doing a good bit of that. I'm all over the place. So the game's really become a little bit more of life than what it was intended to. But I like it. It's really neat. I definitely enjoy your podcast, Woody. I've been watching you for months now.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I wasn't that good with Discord in your updates and letting us know when you were going to have them, and I didn't really have time to get to it. But I've caught a few of them, so I appreciate it, and definitely listening in on some of your other people, viewers, I guess we could call it, coming to your stream. I listen to what they have to say too, and man, you guys are just killing it on the knowledge. I don't even think you guys know what you're giving away.
Oh, here's the thing. Yeah, here's
the
the
whole
thing.
point to this.
Yeah, that's
It
the whole
really
thing
is
about the
the whole-
podcast. That's the whole thing about the podcast. Like I said, I might not know everything in the game. You know, I'm not going to say that I do. But when I have a podcast, there's always someone, or even in my group, there's always someone that if I don't know something, they will know it. And they'll share knowledge. And, you know, just by hosting these podcasts, I'm learning myself. You know what I mean?
So I have a question, Woody.
Yeah.
I have a bit of a split now. All my officers are 5-star or 6-star, all gold, triple S, right?
Okay.
So
Wow.
they're not all maxed, but at least 2 or 3 per officer are maxed.
Okay.
So there's a great debate, and there's a lot of information on what to pick on certain officers, whether it's melee, however you say it.
Melee.
I call it melee because I'm from Texas.
I call it melee too.
Okay, good. Melee defense, a melee attack, zombie attack, or long range HP.
Okay.
Now, I'm long range build, so I need to put that out there first. And everybody that I hear says don't do zombie, but that's the most powerful troop in the game.
So you want to have your zombie between 14 to 15, no higher than that. Because you got to remember, you're only sending 50,000, 50,000 zombies, so they're not a huge part of your formation, but they are a huge part of your formation. So I would say about 14, 15. That's the deadline you want to be at. So, and then when it comes to the whole melee HP and melee defense, well, I'll show reports from. Okay, so this was. Give me a second. Okay, me and Cash. Okay, me and Cash went after it. Now, this is me attacking his, so his melee defense is going to come in effect. And his defense is high, melee 1305. Okay, so people are saying that, he should have been able to win in defense because, everything else says that he would. But he didn't. And mine, I put more towards melee HP, which I'm knocking on 1800 melee HP. In my melee defense only 851, but I chose, instead of going melee defense, I went melee attack, because my theory, and people said I'm wrong, but on paper, you put it this way: 40% of your front fleet, right, is melee. So if your back line is attacking the melee, and if your front line is attacking at the same time, you got 2 types of units trying to attack that front line. So you're going to eliminate them much faster. Much faster. Much faster. So the melee defense, in my eyes, and from attacking Cash, and I'm not trying to throw Cash underneath the table or anything, I'm just, because this is another monster, and I'll go to Vegas next. I was able to beat him, and I had less troops than him. We both had our Titans in it, so there was no disadvantage of not having the Titans in it. We both had our Titans in it. He's a mid-ranger. He had his, his mid-range attack. I'm a long ranger. I have my long-range attack, and I was still able to win. And there's the video. So you can tell he's mid-range, because that's where most DPS is coming from, is mid-range. He's heavily stacked in mid-range right there.
Golly.
And his mid-range is attacking my back row. So that's why you see my tanks are going down fast. But I'm taking out his front line quickly. And those zombies are doing work to his backline. See how his Titans already are gone, pretty much gone? Well, my zombies did that. So that's where comes your zombies come in effect. And you notice how my EMPs lasted long. Now, my EMPs were kind of like a meat shield for my cannons.
Dang.
Yeah, so once I got his front line down, I was able to focus on his mid range. Versus now, when you're going now, a mid range is a specific build. There's 10% of the game that plays mid range. So to counter them, very high long range HP. So your backline can last longer, and then high front line, so you can eat through that front line real quick, and then get to their mid range.
Get to the mid range.
Correct. Now we'll go into the Vegas attack. If I can find it, 1 second. And I'm not trying to call them out. Vegas attacked me. Right here, 1 versus 1, same setup. His formation is messed up. He has Titans playing. I had formation. He has very high.
What's his LRA?
1672. And then he's got 1270 melee defense, 1040 melee attack, 1597 melee HP. The problem he did is his formation was not good. Look, he sent, and it wasn't him playing it. He was on it was someone else that was playing for him. So they just sent tanks, zombies, and cannons. That's it. And at that point, that's a wrong formation. You don't want to do that because now you got all this DPS in the back and the front. You got different, six different kinds of fleets, 2 formations attacking 1. You can't hold on that. So that was a win on that one. And he's strong, dude. He's strong. Not gonna lie.
He's 6 strong.
Yeah, he's 6 strong.
I thought his stats were higher than that.
Well, that was preliminary. So February 17th, that's what that was. So from 17 to now, they're going to change. I mean, we're talking about, he's like you, man. He's going to buy the store. So in my eyes, being that, I don't know, I really seriously think that the melee defense is not the way to go. I think melee attack and very high melee HP. I know people saying that there's a border you want to go to with melee HP, but I'm knocking on 1800. I think that's probably right where I'll keep it at. And then I'll go back in there with my zombies. I'm at 1446. I think I'll go maybe 1500, and that's it with that. And put everything else back into melee attack even more.
Okay.
And then also these right here are huge right here, like reduced damage taken from long range troops, 85.5%. Those are big numbers right there. So 85% of that, what they're trying to do to my back line, I'm cutting that down. I'm reducing that down. Yeah, and I believe these are the caddies, what officers were those? The drill master's skills, as you can find most of them. Like this one, I'm working on I'm working on increased attack 2 long range, increased attack 2 melee, increased attack 2 mid range. So these are specific attacks to specific troops. And that's what I'm working on too. So instead of going in order, well, these troops are going to be hitting those troops with an additional whatever percentage to them. And those are a little bit of differences that eventually you'll start messing around with, and you'll see.
Hey, bro, what's your total officer power?
My officer power?
Yeah.
12-2.
Wow.
Yeah, I got a little work to do.
Yeah, you said that like it was nothing.
Yeah, those officers suck, man.
I've got 5.25. That's it.
It takes time, man. Like hunting zombies every single. Let me remind you, this account was given to me, so most of the work was done. But it doesn't mean I haven't stopped progressing.
I'm only at 11-1.
Doesn't mean the camel's not always going to require you to there's always this. There's no glass ceiling. The
Yeah.
ceiling is ever great, so you're always going to have to do work no matter what.
Absolutely.
The goalpost is always moving.
Absolutely. But just put it in retrospects. Ingest uranium. Ingest uranium from 38 to 41 is 20 Gs. Okay, just uranium. Keep that in mind. Speeds, well, we all know all about speeds and ports and all that stuff. You can't buy enough, so you end up using your gold, and then you run out of gold, so now you got to buy more packs to fill your gold back up. It's like it's an endless cycle. It happens. You just hope to God sometimes you don't got to speed around so much. You get such a big lead that you're just like, well, I can save those 400 speeds for next time. But
yeah, that crosses my mind for about 1 minute, and then I forget it.
Dude, I know. I try. I try to do blood, iron blood without fucking speeding or spending. Yeah, that lasts for like 5 minutes.
God, it's so
I don't have the
hard.
patience for it.
I try to. It doesn't work.
It's so hard not to spend in that event.
I know. The only way you're not spending that event is just not going.
Exactly.
Go in there and log out. That's it. Just go in and log out. get your points just by sitting there and log back out. I mean, I love that. That's the thing is, I love that event so much that if I go in there, I'll spend everything I have, and it's usually right before Void too, or GC or Global Conquest. It's right before that, to where it's like, well, fuck. Now I have nothing for this even bigger event. Now I got to use gold.
Yep, that's why I was gonna say I usually burn up all my speed ups. They're gone. I run through anywhere from 400,000 to 600,000 gold. You know, to put on a hell of a show, and that's what I try to tell these guys. You're costing too much to battle with. Like I don't want to go and. I've competed in some of these and done absolutely no buffing or anything, from the event, and we still do well, but there's not enough people showing up really trying. Like I'll see, during Void, most of the people in this nation are going to run out of resources within the first hour and a half.
Yep.
You need to put on your show. 30 minutes. You need to put on your show for people who appreciate the show. I think that's where, if you got a lot of unappreciative people that are just riding your coattails, time to change the venue, because there are lots of people in many nations who would appreciate that effort.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's true.
And that comes down to what we were just talking about, 20 minutes ago, man. Like I've always told everyone.
I guarantee I'd love you.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And you know what? Jimmy seems like the kind of type that, hey, if you're struggling on one area, he'll be like, oh, I got you, bud. No, not saying that's what you would do. I'm just saying he seems like the kind of type he would help you out, but as long as you put your effort in.
Damn right.
And you'd be surprised. Like I visited Jimmy's nation, and he's.
Well, I'll say this. I know the value of finding people I can work with. So when I find them, it's like, it's so few and far between that you find people that you can communicate well with and all that kind of stuff. So I'm really there's some really good guys in this nation. Don't get me wrong. There's some great players. They're spenders and everything, but
bring them along with you.
Well, I mean,
I don't
seriously,
think
bring them
it's a
along.
possibility.
Yeah, bring them with you, man.
But I'll entertain it. It's a great idea.
Well, you know what? Bring them with you. Like I said, 35 and 34 is where the game starts. Like, let's be real. That's where the game starts. That's when you know that this really is a pay-to-win game. It really is. And you enjoy it, so you're gonna do it. I do it. Yeah. I enjoy it. It's my fucking hobby. So at that point, if I'm going to open my wallet, I want to be in a nation that I know that other players are opening their wallet just as much as I am. and
Yeah.
they're going to follow the
You might-
rules, and they're going to respect everything that is going on because you're working as one. And when I visited Jimmy's nation, dude, it was like that. Like, they don't got civil war, and if there's someone that's out of line, it's not one person hitting them; it's the entire nation making sure that he's put back in check. It's not
Exactly.
and that's the
Proper.
kind of nation you want to be in.
You're making an investment in your time, and I view this game very much like I view business. The people around me, actually, Woody, I have to give you mad props for this. You, several others on your podcast, made me realize this is exactly like a business.
Absolutely.
If you don't trust the people around you, you're as good as dead. I don't care how good your sales are. I don't care how good your promotion or your product is. You have to have people. There's 4 P's in business: people, product, process, and profit. You have to have those things in order to be successful. And this game is no different. It is a pay-to-win game, and I promise you that if you're in a nation, I don't know what 1025's like, but if you're in a nation where there's just a bunch of resources and what'd you call them, Woody? People that trolls.
Yeah, trolls.
If you're in that kind of nation, you may take a bath on what you've spent, but it won't take you long at all to take even a C31 to where you're at now, and you've got more support around you that your spending will go much further.
I'm
Exactly,
sold.
yes.
It all makes sense for sure. I mean, you're 100% correct. I mean, we can call the profit wins. For me, it's not even all about winning. Honestly, I like the camaraderie. I like to see everybody come together and just compete and, man, know that we absolutely left nothing on the table and gave it a good whack. That's really what's important to me.
If you can create a family, that's also that sense
Yeah.
of family. That's so important.
Let me
Very
let me tell you something right now. So, like I said, Groot has come to my nation now. He was in a C41 in a 737. Walked away from it, starting back at S34. Now, at a 34 to 41, he is still going to save more money in starting over than he would in his own nation, Arabian, at 41. And let me explain why. He's carrying his nation in 41. Okay?
Yeah.
No one's listening to him. Everyone's losing bubbles to where he has to spend even more money to gain points. In that nation. Just because they want literally that whole nation is full of trolls. And I know they're probably watching, and I apologize to those that are not trolls. But there comes a point where you've had enough. When the game can piss you off, like literally piss you off, it's time to kill. It's time to quit the game. So if the game is able to piss you off that bad, then like I said, you're in the wrong nation. And Groot has realized that, and he said, you know what, fuck it, you're right. He's come here, he's given up on that nation, and while he's in my nation, he can grow, the way he wants to, and he don't got to worry about carrying the nation. You know why? Because we all work together here. I sat out last void, right, and we're still able to carry the W. I sat out, and obviously Groot did too, but they took that as sweet. Woody's sitting out. That means that we can try to get the Void Tyrant.
Right. I got that right now. I love it. It's such a dope skin.
Yeah, that's the way it's got to be. Like, if you sit out of something, like that, it should be a challenge. And, obviously, the same, high troops, bubble, this and that, should always still come in effect, because now it has to come in effect even more because your number one player is sitting out this void. So now it's like, this is real. Like, what happens? It's real.
So funny. We have a saying that real life always comes first.
Facts.
So if you're out, you're out, bro. It's okay. Don't apologize. We all should be able to pick up the slack from no matter who's out.
Yeah.
that mentality came from actually listening to your podcast, Woody. Mad props there.
Thank you.
It was like, okay, I can't do this all the time. And thankfully, I had done that before a busy time in life had hit, and that has propelled my nation forward even more. It really, you will be so happy if you jump nations. It sounds like you'll be happy if you jump nations.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely entertain it. We'll speak more on it for sure. But I with my recent antics, I've definitely changed up the way the nation's running here the last, I guess, 48 hours. They're taking some more, of my recommendations, and I see them implemented quickly too. Like I've got some of these accounts that want to send me derogatory messages and stuff like that. They're just trying to get underneath my skin. I think I've even commented on a couple of them in Global Conquest, but
it's gonna get even worse than that. If they're already doing it, it's gonna get worse.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is like there's a couple of them in here, and I reached out to RR5, which is Ming, and I told him, I said, look, I either need approval, I need a green light to smack individual members, or I'll have to leave DRK and fix some of these problems again. Because for me, it's not that the account is ruined. It's just I can't fully compete cross nation. The nation's not doing what it's supposed to. So if this was real life, so to speak, I'd have to do something about that, and I'd fix it. I've made bad business deals, and I gotta come in and I gotta fix them. Whether it's shut it down, but usually we throw a little bit of good money after bad, and we try to fix it first. So I think these guys might be on the right track. So there might be some hope to work with them. I feel like that is, but I'd absolutely love to take a look at something and see about working with you guys for sure.
But you got a handful of people that you click with. If you have a small nuclear family, you really need to consider all you just going to Jimmy. Yeah. Jimmy, what nation are you in?
1016.
Yeah, just take a visit to 1016 and carry on there, because if it's just a handful of you, let the other 394 players go.
Man.
Let them fend for themselves.
I mean, he's being real.
You're right.
And I know it's hard to accept that it is, because you spent a lot of time with the players. I get that, and everyone else here gets that. But just know one thing: a lot of these players in the game, they will jump to a different nation because they're dealing with the same thing you're dealing with now, and they will keep telling themselves over and over again, "Oh, it's going to get better. It's going to get better. You just wait and see. Things are changing." And then 2 weeks later, it goes back to the same bullshit. And and it does, and it will. So at that point, I mean, you have to at what point do you stop what you're doing and be like, you know what? It's time to just say fuck it, let go and go.
Yeah, just on it and move on. Yeah.
Before you start spending a lot more money to get to 37, 38, and then you're like, well, fuck. Now I'm like over $100,000 into this. How do you walk away from that? And that's the problem that you'll have if you stay and deal with it, because you're going to continue to spend no matter what, because that's just in your nature.
Can I say
I'm trying to save you a lot of money.
From one business guy to another. Have you ever been in a business deal where somebody promised you the absolute moon, and then you had to sink more money in, they promised you more, and then you had to sink more money in, they promised you more, and on and on and on. And it's at some point you had to say, okay, at what point is the return of my money, my initial money, more important than the profits that I could gain?
Sure. Yeah, we call that we call that throwing good money after bad.
Exactly.
Absolutely. At some point, I got to sit here and look. Okay, if I'm not getting my money back on, whatever, how foolish would I be to think that, you know, I would double down on that and get a different outcome?
Or quadruple, or
It
quintuple. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. Sometimes you can just have a bad deal and you can run in and buy up part of the market and hopefully try to change the dynamic of your you know, your business model there by just growing it exponentially. I have had to do that before, just to kind of bring that into perspective. You know, I'll just use wild numbers here. Say like the initial idea was $100,000, but another $1 million buys out who's really the competitor, and it changed the whole dynamic. So I don't see how I could apply that here. So
let
you
me
know, as I'm listening to you guys, I'm seeing it more and more your way. It's kind of like, it's not that this count's wasted, but it's wasted for what I'm going to do in this nation. You know,
Exactly. There you go.
Bingo.
Well, I mean, thinking of, okay,
Any more money spent there is just a waste.
thinking it this way, think of this. This is the way, like, if for say a person asked me to borrow money. Okay, this is the way I look at it.
Yeah, go for it.
So, if someone says, "Can I borrow money?" And I'm not talking about, like, if someone has money, I get it. You know, they have money. They just right now they need it. They'll get you back. You know, you know those certain people. But if someone that you don't, that you know that's not financially stable, we'll put it that way, ask to borrow you money. The keyword borrow. You got to know this. If they're asking you to borrow money now, they're not going to have the money later. So, with that being said, if you have the money to borrow, don't expect it back. If you get it back, yeah, cool.
Well, I'll tell you what. If it was somebody that I was going to even consider loaning money to, those come in the form of gifts, and it's explicitly explained. I do not want it back. I don't want an interest rate on it. I don't want a payment. You can have it. It's yours. Glad to help you.
Right, but if you get it back, but if you get it back, you get it back.
What I was going to say is, if you take this, don't ever ask me again.
Yeah.
That's what I want from it. You know.
And family is the number one thing too. Like, I already know if family asks me, I'm not getting it back.
Just went through that. Yep. Yeah. Here it is. You can have it. I know what you're doing is a bad idea. I'm telling you, but I know I'm not talking you out of it. Here it is. Go do it. And when you get done failing,
you better hope to God you saved a little bit to get yourself out of there.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. People want to borrow money and they want to sell you on the intentions of giving it back. And this is what I tell them. You know, let's just take a sum of $50,000. I don't want it back. Can you give that money back to you and have it to rely on? Because that would be a real gift to me.
Well,
does that make sense?
No, it does. It does. But
you know, I don't see how I can apply that to this. I mean, what am I going to do? Grow 85?
No.
30?
So what I meant to apply that as a thing is unpromised words in your nation. Oh, we promise to change. We promise to this. A week or two later, it's different. It goes right back to the way it was. Or if someone, like, for say, you do borrow money, and when it's time to pay up, they ghost you. They don't call you. They avoid you. You know, so it's the same theory, but, you know, money versus following the rules or what you should be doing. They're not going to do it. You know, you can try it, and what's gonna happen? It's gonna fail in your face, and you're just gonna be like, you know, I gave you guys an opportunity, and you're gonna burn the nation and you've already spent another 5 G's into it. To where that 5 G's in a different nation could have got you how much more uranium, how much more points towards your plane or your Titan, or, you know, your officers or whatnot. Like I've always said, and dude, I'm not trying to push it, but I see what's going on in your nation. I see what's going on.
No, you guys have seen it. I mean, you guys are, you know,
we've lived through it, dude. We lived through it. We've been there. We've done that.
I even see some of your viewers commenting. You know, I think I saw 700 in there, and maybe even some even lower. You know, I'm very well aware that, you know, your viewers as well as you guys are gonna. You're not speaking out of your ass. You've been through it. You've tried.
The longer you wait, dude, the longer you wait, the harder it gets. Put it that way. Like now on another, for instance, My Nation 736. They are very, very, very disciplined. Even the other alliances, they all bubble. Like if you come against us, you might find one city that's unbubbled, kind of deal. You know what I mean? Throughout the whole entire void. Maybe two, but they're very, very disciplined is what I'm trying to say, and they hide troops like no other. So if that being said, if they're very disciplined to where they're not giving points away, you might not have to set rules to the point where they have to change the way that they play the game, because they're very disciplined, and that's good. Those certain rules come into play when the discipline's not there. Like points are leaking from left and right. So now these rules have to be disciplined. It's like your own kid, a kid skipping school. All you had to do is go to school, dude. Now you're fucking grounded. Now you can't play Xbox. Now you can't play PlayStation. You're fucking grounded. Stop acting like a kid, act your age.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, you guys definitely make a really good point. I've more than considered it. So we'll talk more on it for sure.
Like, you can talk to Jimmy on that on the side, like.
Yeah. Jimmy, did Bondeg share my contact with you?
No, but he's actually on our. He's messaging. Apparently, he lives like less than 2 blocks from me.
Wow, are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Oh man.
He's crazy. Literally lives right down the street. So, well, not blocks, but
dinner date at Jimmy's. Dinner date at Jimmy's.
Guarantee I'll smoke a brisket, a 26-hour brisket. Anyway, Woody, I want to ask something, and this is the only reason I joined the podcast tonight.
Okay.
On a global stage, where am I at? A plus, A minus, B plus, B minus, C, D, F.
At a global stage, where you're at to where your nation is, dude, you're at like an A plus.
Wow, that's what I was gonna say.
You shouldn't even be at a C35 right now at your age of your nation, or that's right where you should be. Maybe a 36, and you're knocking on 41. You're gonna be. Yeah.
I'll be 41 next week.
Yeah, by time that you see My Nation, you might be way stronger than me. Put it that way.
Wow, crazy.
I can't, like, dude, I spend a lot, don't get me wrong. I do. I spend thousands a month, but
clearly
not at the scale that you are. And we all know what happens. Things add up real quick here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So my 11.1 million officer power, that's good, considering how old I am. I know it's good.
Dude, you're beyond good, dude. You're beyond good.
No, I mean, for Ronaldo, for you, for like the global stage of where I want to go.
Dude, you would be able to compete against me. You could have went into RGC, and me and you could have went back and forth. Put it that way.
Wow.
Yeah, you're at that point. You're right where I've seen where your stats were, and I'm sure they've increased. You see where my stats are.
That's why I was saying I would love to have an event that Camel hosts.
That's my
these
stats.
Strong players.
Well, that's my defensive. That's not my attack. My attack stats. Your attack stats will always be better than your defensive stats.
Okay, good to know.
It's always be better with your Titan. So that's my attack stats, right there, and you're hovering right there too.
I can't see that.
Let me blow it up. Yes, that is the real Jimmy. I'm talking to the YouTube chat. That is the real Jimmy from 1016.
Scroll down on your stats.
Is this mine or yours?
Wow, 30
this is mine. This is mine. You're right about where I'm at.
You're right, I am.
So
What's your Jimmy? What is your attack boost and your damage boost, or your troop HP? Excuse me. It's at the very bottom.
Yeah, it'll be down here.
Yeah, be your HP boost and your attack bonus. What are they?
Well, right this second, I don't know.
So these boosts down here is what's going to matter to counter the reductions that they have against you.
Well, those numbers absolutely apply to every single troop that you send out on the battlefield. So if you do the numbers, and I've sat down and done it, you can literally take if there was a, let me see which one it is here real quick before I talk.
Yeah, you can post your stats in the stream, and then afterwards, and I'll compare them side to side, and we'll compare them side to side, and you'll see how close you are to me. And
I was talking about the Havoc Dominator, I think it was. Hold on 1 second.
I haven't got the Havoc yet.
So basically the numbers I came up with, if not exactly, but it's pretty close. If there was a Havoc Dominator T12, you don't get back you get a Havoc Breaker at T13, but if you do those numbers on 11, it absolutely makes like a T12 Havoc Dominator. It'd be the in between the two. And I keep trying to tell these guys, and they keep saying that these numbers don't matter, and I'm telling them, hey man, there's a reason why a C35 is breaking up C36s. Like if you look at my stats, they're really low.
Yeah.
I didn't know if I had added those to the chat, and I'll put it in, but they're my stats are really low. They're not that great.
No, you didn't put them in.
Let me see if that's it. No, that's a fifth wave. That's a wrong one. I sent the wrong one, guys.
So I'll blow this up next to mine.
So my melee HP is 1694.6.
Hold on, Jimmy. Can you post it in the streaming chat so I can compare it, put it right next to mine?
Do I screenshot this?
Yeah, you screenshot it and just
put it in chat.
And then put it in chat, and after we're done with it, just delete it. You know, it's funny. I see a lot of people. They'll say, "Well, I don't want to share my stats." And I'm not talking about you, Jimmy. And it's like, dude, all it takes is someone to hit you, and they got it. Like,
yeah, they got it all.
All they gotta do is hit you in GC, and they have it. You know, it's like
I'm on my phone, so I'm not good from here.
Okay.
Because I'm in Alabama today.
Yeah,
nice.
It's nice and hot there.
I'm in northwest central Alabama today.
I'm in Gulf Shores right now. We're just did a renovation on our beach house, and man, it's great renovation, but it's like moving again. I'm like, oh my god, I had 400 boxes that I had to break down, and anyway, doesn't matter.
There it is. I found the right one. I had a bunch of other people copies on my phone, but yeah, mine's 94 and 286.
Okay.
Yeah, those are a big difference right there. You're right there.
I cannot tell you how many people will try to tell you that doesn't matter, and I'm like, you're stupid.
Fuck it, don't.
You're dumb as a box of rocks. And the other thing, like I've even seen these guys say, they should favor the female Titan. I'm like, are you kidding me? The male Titan's full of troop buffs. Like it's chock full of them. Why wouldn't that be your first focus?
I don't know if that's true.
So in the beginning, the male was set up as like a defensive Titan. And then once you get it to gold, it turns into an attacking Titan. You know what I mean? And then in the beginning, the female was like set up as like the attacking, like in the purples. And then once you get gold, it acted more like a defensive kind of thing. It's like it swapped.
Let me see here.
There's
I
Jimmy's.
Woody.
All right. So Jimmy, you are sitting at melee HP 1694. God dang. And now is this completely buffed or no?
No, it's not completely buffed.
Jeez. So you'd be well over. You'd be in the 1750. Right, dude. You're right about where I'm at. You are right where I'm at.
If I have especially if I have the president buff and the governor's buff,
Yeah.
I go over 18.
Yeah, easily. Yeah,
Wow.
dude, you can already compete with me, and probably it's possible you might win. I'm looking. Okay, so I have a little bit of difference than you in like reduced damage taken from melee troops and the long range troops. Like you're at 71.8, where I'm at for the long range would be at 85.5. But you're still right there, and those are, if you can work on those more, those are huge numbers right there.
Yeah, I'm glad you just did this comparison, because this will play right into what he was asking you earlier, Jimmy. What you were inquiring about, which was, what you should be focusing on. I think you just seen it.
I'll take a screenshot for you real quick. That way,
yeah, it's.
I can send it to you. I want the whole screen. Give me the whole screen, damn it! It ain't gonna give me the whole screen. It ain't gonna give me the whole screen. We'll go full screen. There we go. So we'll go full screen. I got that for you, and I'll shoot it to you.
That was in my last global conquest. That was 2 days ago. Cersei is coming up fast.
Yeah.
That's who I was attacking on that deal. But
you know who else is coming up? You know what else is coming up fast?
Who's that?
It's not who. It's what. That new polar invasion is going to be coming up real soon.
What's that?
It's a new game, new event. It's been tested out. I say within the next 2 months it'll probably be open to all nations. And from what I understand, and Mumber actually played it. He says like he's not a huge spender in these side events because said
I'm catching every sixth word.
You're cutting in and out, Woody, my friend.
I'm sorry. I'll hold the mic right next to me. So, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so the new event, Polar Invasion, probably be hitting all nations in the next couple months. And like Mumbra, he played it, and he's not one to spend in these side events. Like he'd rather put it towards the city, and make his city stronger. And I get that, and most people get that. But he said this is an event that he would actually see himself opening his wallet to play because it's fun. It's really, really fun. Matter of fact, he's actually in here. In the group, he can probably tell you more about it than I can. And matter of fact, I actually got pictures of it, and I shared it before. But I'll be more than happy to share it again.
When they roll out the Polar event, it's like Elite War with Global Conquest combined. There's multiple nations, and it looks like a Chinese checkerboard.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of activity. There's a lot going on. You're gonna spend on speeds because every time you attack and you own the square, you get points for the hexagon that you own, or the beehive, or whatever you want to call it. But you have to return back to your main base before you can go back to another hex. So there's a lot of speeding because you want to move fast. But it's fun, and you're playing with so many other nations too.
So do you see this thing that I'm showing on the screen?
I do.
Okay, so imagine this right here. This little what is it? Hexagon right here. You start off with this little hive, right? And they each one of them have it. And this is all open. So the goal is to seize territory. So you're trying to not only get to the middle here and seize that main, but you're trying to steal their territory on both sides as well. You notice how this LOG, the blue one over here, they've only got 2 territories left. Well, CCB and HDR has already overtaken their territory. And you can send reinforcements as if like Elite War and GC would be in towers. You notice how you see 7 people in this one, 3 people in there, 2 people in there, 2 people in here, and they're left to defend. But like what he said, once you, let's say you attack B6, right, and you're able to take that territory over, to go to another part of the hive, you got to speed back, which they sell. It's like a single hit, and then you got to speed to the next one there, which is your actual speeds. Like, you can't buy it. You got to actually either use gold or use your speeds. So speeds and heals would be the most expensive thing in this game. And if you look behind it, you'll see the little parachute troops, to where you can add, like how Ironblood is, you can get a bigger fleet size. The same thing's applied there, to where you can get a bigger fleet size. So the part
rewards are good too for this event.
Yeah, the rewards. I was really shocked that they actually put really good rewards on this one. Like, I was like, wow, this is something that's unheard of. Like, it's better than freaking GC's rewards. I'm hoping that I like this so much to where they might enter into the next phase of the game and take GC out and make this the new GC. Now that would be fun. Even though we all love GC, don't get me wrong, but that it's just so laggy. To see something like this, that would be awesome. Take over people's territories and stuff like that. Try to hold a stronghold and try to take this one. Imagine. But my only question is this: let's say you take over the LOG, the blue area, right? These guys, you take over them, knock them out. You killed their alliance hall. Do you take over that? Does that turn gold? And if it does, can you now speed the 2 different ones back to where, like, for say, if you got it way over here, and you got this all over here taken, can you speed to this one and then speed to the next one? You know what I mean? Like, that would act as your a secondary alliance hall. But I think I'd have to find it. So that's what the big scape of it looks like. This is what the inner parts of it looks like that.
Oh wow.
And let me see if I know I have video. It's just going to take me a second to find a video for it of live of it. Just give me 1 second to find it. Downloads.
You don't have to speed, but you've got limited fleets, and it's like, and you got all these other alliances on either side, doing incursions into your territory. You got to defend, so you got to speed back, so you can speed to defend, and there's a lot going on, and there's something for everybody in this event. I like it. It's balanced.
All right, check this out. I got video, okay, of nations that were testing it out. All right, you ready? I'm gonna actually make it big. It's not much time on it, but you see them speeding? They're speeding back now to attack again, or to send reinforcements.
Okay, so it's a little bit like EW.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you see how it's got those things moving. Those are territories you're trying to either defend or trying to take.
The majority of your alliance and players are going to slow walk, as you see there.
or when you run out.
Yeah.
And
I can see.
I'm down to like 9,000, 50% speed ups.
Fuck off! Holy cow!
So it kind of.
When I break 10,000, that's low.
Like Elite Wars.
Yeah, it's based on Elite War, but it adds in elements from Triangle and GC. It kind of combines all their other flavors of the other events into an Elite War.
It's a beehive.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like
it's
a Chinese
ultimate war.
Yeah, it looks like a Chinese checkerboard, don't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I'm replaying it.
And you get points for how long you hold certain bases, and it's there's a lot going on with it.
Really neat look.
this looks fun. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it does.
If they can, if this goes well, I might just say, if I really like it, I might just be, hey guys, why don't we just focus on Polar Invasion and say FGC? You know, or because you got to think about this. Okay, there's only so many events.
They're both really good events, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. But don't f off. Both are great events. Like, focus on them.
Well, I mean, you got to pick and choose what events you want to do. Okay. To me, Triangle and DoD, I don't know. I'm good. I'm not gonna freaking dump $2,500 into something that is literally not gonna pay off anything in my city. You know, because it can cost even more than that. Especially with those gold shields and gold electric fences and stuff. But
yeah,
but like even in GC, I don't know. Like I think this, you got to realize they cannot, the game Camo cannot keep having new events over and over again, and continue to keep up with the old ones. So we're almost at that point where the next stage of the game, where some of these events that were there might start disappearing, if you know what I mean, and some of these newer events might be coming into it to take over places. Like, you remember how that canon event disappeared for like 3 years, and all of a sudden magically came back, and now we still don't like it. We only buy the blueprints and that's it. Barely play it. I don't know why. I mean, I tried the first time. I'm like, nope, I still don't like it.
I feel that way about the racing game.
Same with the racing game.
Same with the racing game or the fishing thing. It's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah. I'm gonna put this out there. I think the worms, I haven't seen the worms in a while. It'd be nice to see the worms in the next couple of days, Camo. It'd be really nice to see the worms come. How did I cut out? No, I said it'd be really nice to see those worms come back into the game, Camo, because I see it is cutting out. Wow.
Dinos suck. I'm over the dinos.
Dinos have been coming in and out all the time.
All the time they're out.
Yeah.
I don't even do them anymore. I'm like, whatever. You guys have fun. I'm out.
Well, the rewards really ain't that good.
But it pays everybody though. So if you've got weaker accounts that are competing on that, I mean, it benefits you too.
Yeah. If you're a younger nation, definitely. But I'm in an older nation. I'm like, this is wasting my time.
They'd have to do 2,000 of those to help you at all.
Right. Wow. Well, is there any other questions, guys?
No, I appreciate it, Woody.
Woody, I really appreciate it. No, I think you and all of your listeners today have answered my questions and kind of tuned me up a little bit too, especially on the alliance issue. I mean, I feel like if they're just going to be farmers, they're just going to have to feel my wrath.
Well, I mean, and let your nation know. I'm not singling your nation out. This is in general.
I mean, I'm not talking smack about the few people that are good. It's just like, like you said, there's 400 people in there. 300 of them are probably useless.
Right. Well, I mean, it's possible. It's possible, but like I've always said before, if you're gonna before you start really opening your wallet, you better know what kind of nation you're in, because it will make a difference whether you stay playing or quit the game.
In those 300 people that are farmers, okay, if you don't have the income or it's a free to play, I get it, but you have an obligation and a responsibility to play responsibly. You're not allowed to have massive armies because you're just a farmer. You're never going to have a C-36, or you're just not going to get there. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to go with a lower tier of troop, and you're going to have to play by these rules. It's balance.
We make our farmers have all P4 or less.
Exactly.
You're mentioning farmers. Can I ask a question? Like poll the audience. We had last void 524. One of our protected alliances, a player in that alliance stole RSS to the other nation.
Ooh.
Is it what do you do? What do you do? We zero them and
You
took all
zero
his
him.
RSS.
You zero him out, and you kick him out of your nation.
Yeah, we stole all his resources. It was about I would say it was north of 500 million.
Wow. Yeah, you definitely zero him out, every farm out, and you kick him out of your nation. He is no longer allowed in your nation.
Are you saying that he gave resources deliberately?
He
to
went to the
524?
other nation and advertised himself as the RSS seller and negotiated, and he was caught. I don't know exactly how, but selling, like, they were attacking him over and over again, stealing his, like, taking his resources.
Wow. Yeah. Time to keep him dead, dude.
Bro, I have to tell you,
Wild stuff. I know.
Time to keep him dead.
Not our last.
But you 524 is a pretty decent nation. Like, we got Great One. We didn't know what to do. We were like, holy shit, what do we do?
Like, that's a slap in the face.
Yeah, but it is it against the rules? Is it not? Who knows? Like,
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Hell yeah, that's an act of
don't
war.
help the other
buddy.
nation is the basic tenet.
That is a declaration of war. Absolutely. When I catch you, I'm burning your shit to the ground.
Yeah. So
so we followed through, but there was some internal conversation about it. Like, it was like,
well, so YouTube is the chat is asking, how do you remove someone from a nation? Well, in this case, it's a resource generator. We'll call it that. A resource generator for other players. And, well, I mean, they're only there to generate resources for other people. If you literally keep them dead and literally attack every farm and wherever they go, wherever they collect, you kill them and you take whatever they got, they have no use for that nation anymore, and they move to a new nation and start all over again. But that right there has got what they did to you has got to be the most disrespectful thing that you can do to a nation.
it's crazy.
That is the most
I'm not so offended.
Sorry. Go ahead.
That's the kind of shit that you would follow that guy wherever he goes, make an account there and keep him burned.
It would be my personal life mission, right? That you're just going to attack them over and over and follow them nonstop.
Yeah.
And that's the only way to rid them of your nation. It's the only way. So you can't make somebody quit. All you can make is their life total misery.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's true.
So the chat's
I think he's gone. I think so. Like, we're not trying to hunt him down or anything like that. But there was like a serious discussion in CCB. Like, what? I mean, like, is this a violation? Of course, it's a violation.
Fuck yeah.
But what do we do?
We faced a 980 number, not the last void before last. It was a closed server. And it was our very first void. We were so excited. And they were attacking each other. So we didn't have any insight. We kept trying to get farms or something over there to understand what was happening. And of course, the game is a Chinese game. And we could not get into it. And so we were super nervous going into it. And they were attacking each other as we were attacking them. It was the dumbest shit ever known. And then you're like, okay, this is what civil war actually looks like.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a nasty thing.
Yeah.
And this is the people that have done us wrong. This is the way we look to other nations.
That's right.
So the YouTube
Well,
chat.
and I want to ad lib that real quick. Like that was my biggest problem in our nation is, hey, you understand that we're the superpower and we do not hold any of the castles in the name of being nice. It's the other alliance's turn, and we were in the middle of, God dang, what was that? I forget which event that was. But it was right in the middle of an event that they exchanged the capital and we lost a ton of buffs and we were competing, to stay in, and that really pissed me off. I wasn't going to go for that.
So this is how it works. If you have GC or if you have a really tough void coming up, the top player in your nation for GC or really top void coming up needs to be president. It doesn't matter if they've had it already the last time. He is the one who's going to fight for your nation. He needs to have it. Other than those two void or GC kind of events, everyone else can have it. Those are the only two times you need it. That's the only times you should have it. Everyone else in the nation, other alliances, should be able to share it. Like that's me being real. You don't need it just sitting there unless it's for GC or if it's for a really tough void. And what I mean really tough void is like if you're going to go up against Jimmy, then that tough guy, that your number one, needs it.
Well, you just hit the nail on the head. We just had GC, and our alliance had 0 buffs, not one. And that doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't sit well with me. That the nation shouldn't run like that. We don't take our strongest, debuff them, and then hand those castles over to, like they were literally sharing all of the castles all the cities between the top 5 alliances. There was at one time we had an alliance that was the president and they had the governorship, and they didn't even have 200 million BP. It was nuts.
So with that being said, they're going to continue to act that way. They are. So like,
yeah, you're right.
You want to deal with that, or you want to just say, you know what, fine, you know what, fuck it, have it, I'm out, let them deal with like just literally playing Farmville there, because
you're not going to convince that many people.
No, you're not.
No,
because to them they're looking at.
You know how disheartening it was to hear Jimmy say that.
Hey man, I mean the truth hurts, but you got to hear it. Yeah. Let's be real. We're adults, man. We can't sugarcoat. Adults, that's the best thing about adults is we don't sugarcoat shit.
Yeah.
There's no reason to sugar. It's either you get it or you don't get it. We're not going to sugarcoat it. And this isn't a fucking team. This isn't a what am I looking for? A participation award thing, dude. No. It's either you get it or you don't get it. Like it's.
So I'm in a little different scenario, just so you know. I rarely take the president buff or the governor's buff.
It's because you don't need it.
You don't need it.
I'm so far and ahead. It's better for me to give that to my second or third, whoever's going to be the most active, and kill that many more troops. But that's a little different than if I was going against Ronaldo or Woody. You damn right. I'm taking governor and president.
Yeah. You're definitely taking it.
Game on, bitch.
You're definitely taking it.
Right.
You know when it's needed.
Mofo, I'm needed right now.
You're right.
In the general sense, from anywhere from 900 to 1100, there's going to be nobody close to my stats. So I don't really need it in that scenario. So I do share it.
Yeah.
And that shared is with a mutual respect of, okay, it's Jimmy's world, and I hate to say that, but I know how it sounds. It's Jimmy's world, and he's allowing us to participate in this.
No, you're right, dude.
Us to do
no,
this.
it's fact. And
yeah.
You've it's a pay to play game, and you've paid a lot, and you've risen to this power and stature. Well, I'm sorry, but that's just how the game is, and they are in your world right now. And until they rise to your level, they need to shut the fuck up. And that's all there is to it. And I said as much in 714. I said, look, I had 238s for the longest time. And I said, I'm not growing anymore. I'm not doing anything until more of you rise to this level, because I can't do it alone. It's too much. It's too difficult. I can't afford it. I'm not going to. So I'm going to sit here. I'm going to park right here, and I'm going to wait. And I had to wait over a year, but I did. And now we've got more 38s. We got 37s, and we're kicking ass now.
Yeah, you weren't saying that because you were getting down on them about, that they weren't spending enough. It's just you were in the realization that you were wasting your own time and money just growing the shit out of your account for everybody to just tag along. And that's what I kind of try to explain to these guys is like, look, I'm not telling you to be a spender. What I'm telling you is you don't deserve the right for your number 5 alliance to take all these buffs. I like most of the battles we go into, I don't need them. It's the other, if there's 5 good players on our alliance, I would love to give the buffs, from 6 through 12, and buff the shit out of them. But
that's what you should do.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I've even explained that to these guys. I don't want me to have this. I want us to have it.
Yep.
And we got
top 5 alliances. Yeah, 5
Yeah, we got
alliances.
550 million battle power, and number 2 is like I think 410. It's like, come on, man.
So my top 4: Raiden, Zartel, Hulk, all spend very wisely. I mean, they make every dollar count, and that to me is way more important than having just gross spenders or resources or anything else.
Yeah.
I've taught them, look, I understand. I'm not like most. I have enormous resources. I just do. So don't spend like me. Don't do the spin event 400,000 times. Don't do that.
Right.
Buy the daily packs. Don't buy the weekly packs or the 3 to 4 day packs.
I tell everybody to stick to the hot dailies, and then I tell them, hey, if you're really resourced, you can go down and buy the store out. Of course, we do it on a pretty regular basis. That's pretty much how we grew as fast as we did. I've only had my account like I think 5 months, 4.5 months, something like that. I grew pretty quick compared to everybody else. They were probably in there an extra, I don't know, probably 3 or 4 months ahead of me. But I try to tell them, hey, look, man, buy the stuff. If you're going to buy this, if you're going to buy it, stick to the high percentages. Find a number. If you want to buy it, then buy it down to 2,000%, and don't buy nothing past that. Wait till it rolls back around and get the higher stuff, and you can delay your growth, but you can make your money go further. And a couple of the guys that are listening, of course, they're spenders, so they've kind of paid attention to it. But it falls on deaf ears when you're talking to a bunch of guys who are trying to sell resources. I mean, I hate to say it, but
those those players that are selling resources, they're taking this as a real 100.
It's their income.
This is a real job, So
yeah, they can feed their. I don't say this to sound negative, but it's just the way it is. Yeah, they could feed a family on $70 for the month.
Yeah, it's true.
They literally play this game for a living, but that doesn't mean that they need to apprehend me because it sounds cool for them to share. That's not what we're gonna do.
Well,
one main alliance.
What happened?
I was going to say there should be one main alliance, and then, it should be a Warriors League. If other alliances have top players and it's time for them to come over to DRK and then, compete, cool. We should have that type of camaraderie. Like if I know that I'm going to be traveling overseas for 2 months, yeah, absolutely. I'm probably going to find a guy that I work with and let him use my account. But for the most part, I should probably leave DRK, make room for somebody else, and then just let them step in because you only have so many active players.
True. And the closer you get to a merger, you're going to notice that those players, like, you're going to have to lower the alliance amount in your nation. So you're literally going to have to come down to like 3 alliances. The top one, the free-to-play players. Last Chance is the third one. Last Chance. After that, Well, now you're an enemy of the nation, and any of those top 3 can attack you.
Right.
And that's what we call lowering your nation BP, and being like cleaning your nation up, lowering it down to where you are able to be merged with another nation.
Well, that's the other thing too. When you've got 150 or 200, resource sellers, they're not bubbling their 35 million farms and spending that kind of money to protect their stuff. They just leave it open and move their resources around, and maybe they've already sold them or whatever the case may be. But they're just they're not protecting anything. They'll go back up.
They'd name them Jimmy's Farm or Braden's Farm or whatever. Yeah.
Half the nation had Papa's farm on it there. For
exactly.
And I told him, I was like, you're idiots, because I know exactly which ones to hit now.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't have a single farm.
But just remember, there's going to be a time to where they move to a new nation. So, right. And when that happens, depending how good they are with you guys or how close you are with them, he might just be like, okay, I'm moving. Go ahead and clean out everything I have. But I mean, until then, we all know what they're for. Again, I have to imply that Camel doesn't like that. It's not supposed to be like that. They're not supposed to be in sales in a game. I have to imply that, but I mean, come on, we all know what's going on.
Right.
We've all been there. We've all used them. But I mean, it's part of the game. And you know what? Here's the thing. It's not only this game it happens to. It happens to every single one of these games like this. Every single one of them.
Yep.
So Woody, I want to ask this. I'm about to be C41.
Yeah.
How many resources do I need to level up? My lowest building is C38, maybe.
Oh man. So okay, I already did. I got to do my wall still. Like as soon as I hit 41, I stopped buying uranium and started focusing on back onto my officers and start focusing back on my plane and my Titans. But I have started to buy a little bit of uranium. But the wall, which I'm not even worried about right now, is, let's see, upgrade would be a lot. So you're looking at 264,000 for your wall, uranium, 33 million minerals, 48, well, steel, we all know, 49 million, and so on and so forth. But then, to upgrade, you're going to want...
What's the workshop?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to. My mouse was... I'm going to have to speed this one up real quick to see. Alright, to upgrade the workshop, you're looking at from 38... Well, I'm at 39 right now, so... 202 to go from 39 to 40. So 202. I mean, honestly, the workshop is cheaper to get than the garage. Because that garage, which is what, 6,000 extra troops, is 326,000.
Jeez.
Yeah. That's going to be the last thing. I was going to get that, but then I started seeing what some of these Havoc things and these shielders are doing for long-range players, and I've seen a lot of long-range players still using these Havocs, a mid-range troop, but they're still using it because in a good formation, even long-range has to put some mid-range in there. So if you're going to do it, why not have some T-13s doing it? You got 5,000 of these. They're working. They're working. Even though it's not your main DPS, I mean, I'm sure you're still your mid-range. Your mid-range is still like 800, 900,
Yeah.
Yeah, you are right, dude. My mic is cutting out.
So I have 12 billion food, oil, and I have about 6 billion steel and only about 2, maybe 3 billion minerals.
So I have enough of all of the other resources except uranium to
Yeah,
do from C41 Castle to the rest of the buildings. Besides troops, I need 50 million troops. That's the max, right?
Yeah, 50 million. 50 million is the max as of now. As of now. But just remember, when you get to max, that means to recruit more for strongest commander, you're going to be deleting troops just to rebuild them.
What?
Yeah, once you get the max, 50 million troops, right? What happens then in strongest commander? The recruiting part. Well, you're at max. You can't get any more. So what do? You delete troops just to make more troops.
I see.
So a lot of these maxed out players, they will literally they will delete like 200,000 troops or even 1 million troops just so they can recruit more during strongest commander.
Y'all are hardcore. I'll lose them in battle. I ain't gonna delete my own.
During the building and technology phase, I'll delete buildings and I'll rebuild them.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm low on troops, but I usually put on like 600 to 800 million points during the recruiting phase, and take the strongest commander every time. Just in that phase, I think it's usually the 4th phase or something like that. But I could definitely see where that would suck, losing that win all the time. If I had 50 million troops, Jesus, how do you even get rid of them?
You delete them. You don't know how to delete them?
Oh, you just go up in the left-hand corner and delete the damn thing?
Just delete them fuckers.
Damn, that doesn't feel good.
It doesn't, but I mean, those big players, they got... So spending money, guys, when it comes to spending money, it's an addiction, like no other.
It is. Yeah.
Like, it is. So if you're literally used to buying troops like this and spending like that, you're going to be obligated, not even thinking about it, but you're going to do it. And even if that means you got to delete troops to do it, spending money is an addiction. It is. So, I mean, they do it.
I kind of had this debate with my friend's wife today. We were out riding side by sides, and she heard me talking about this game, and I was explaining it to her, and I was like, look.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and I told her, I said, how many different toys have you seen me build? Race cars, speedboats, offshore tournament fishing boats, just like crazy, ridiculous things. And I told her, I was like, it kind of seems like I'm out of whack on my spending. But then I brought to her attention that, they're a softball family. That's what they do. They play softball. They travel all over the Southeast and do it. And I told her, I said, during softball season, you can easily spend, $1,500 a week.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. She's like playing tournaments and betting and all that stuff. We can spend $5,000. I said, well, you got to bring it into perspective as a percentage of what kind of money you have to spend. If you're a multi-millionaire and you're really into this game, yeah, you could sit down in 5 months and absolutely spend $500,000 on this game if you want to. I can already see that, but I haven't. But I've seen other players.
There's players that have spent over 1.2 million already.
Yeah. I mean, my brother definitely sat down and.
I'm definitely over $100 at this point.
What's that?
I'm definitely over $100 at this point.
There you go.
I'm like $125.
I mean, I'm happy approaching 200.
$200? That's pocket change to you. That's the kind of money you find in your jeans as you're freaking doing laundry.
Well, whatever.
I'm joking.
Hey, I've had the laundromat give me back $500 before. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah. You
ever put on an old jacket?
I was just gonna say that.
Man, that's like the greatest feeling in the world. You're like,
yeah.
Hey, found money. I'll take that over working hard for it any day of the week.
Man, found money is almost as good as gambled money. I mean, it's just like right up there. It's like,
Hey, you know what you might find with that extra 20 or that $100 bill is that joint you forgot about. Double win.
It's almost as good as getting into a really heated argument with your wife, knowing damn well that you ain't getting any, and out of the blue she says, "Let's fuck." it's like what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, you know what? I'll be an asshole more often.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm heading to bed. Y'all be careful.
No, actually, yeah, we're 5